Good morning. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole on June 17th, 2025, 9:30 a.m. to order. With the land acknowledgement, we acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connections to these lands, their history, language, and culture. So, good morning, everybody. Looking for approval of the agenda. Councillor Chamzik puts a motion on the table. Approval of the agenda. All in, any additions, any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye. Good morning.
Councillor Cromwell. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I hope you
can
can
hear
hear me.
you.
Good morning.
Oh, there we are. Good morning. Yeah, Councillor Cromwell's come in by Zoom. So you're good with the agenda? Okay.
Fantastic.
Perfect. Carried 5-0. Approval of the minutes from the May 20th Committee of the Whole meeting. Looking for
Moved as presented, please.
Okay, Councillor Cromwell has made a motion to approve the minutes of the May 20th meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Okay, so I guess we may as well move into the roundtable discussions. On page, I think it's page 8 of the agenda. CEO Beck's update and looking for any more information, CEO, or just looking for questions? Okay, thank you very much. Anybody have any questions regarding the CEO update on page 8? Oh, Reeve Holland.
No questions, just a quick comment. Thank you so much for, you've had a very busy time here, as noted on your report, and just want to express appreciation for all you're trying to keep up with, as well as all that's coming forward. So it's definitely a very busy time. So thank you so much for all you're doing.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? Okay, I want to thank you very much for this report. Very, very informative. Moving on to, it would be, I guess, Acting Director Travis Shalapai, Chief, on Director of Community Protective Services. Anything to add to your report there?
Nothing to add, Mr. Chair. I do have our FCSS manager, Ms. Debbie Wood, here as well, because we do have the FCSS annual report included in the Cal report this morning.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Morning, Debbie. So anybody got any before we is the director there or gonna present her presentation? No. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. Go ahead.
First, I'd like to say thank you, Ms. Wood. That was an excellent report, very straightforward, really, as always, great job. The only other question that I have is on page 10, with the Fire Smart grants, what will that all entail? Sorry, bullet point 4 underneath fire services.
Through the chair, Councillor Chamzik. So we currently have multiple open Fire Smart grants. We have the most of them we've discussed previously. We have the Caslin Vegetation Management Project. That's the one we've had notable updates to as we've finally completed the prescription. So our registered foresters come in and actually informed us on the best route of mitigating the fuels in Caslin. So we're going to be moving forward with public engagement now. The other couple of activities we have on the go, we do have plan update. that we're going to be going out to tender for a contract. As well, we have hired a seasonal to work on a water supply inventory. And we do have fire training related to Fire Smart as well coming up in the fall.
Excellent. Thank you so very much.
Okay, Counselor Hall.
Thank you. Two questions through the chair to administration. As council has previously asked for an inventory of county-owned land, and I just would hope for an update on when we might expect to see that delivered. And the second question is, how does administration monitor the county-owned land that's rented out, and how do we ensure that it's rented at fair market rates?
Chairman, I'll try to answer that to Councillor Hall. I expect the first question about the county-owned land probably by the end of summer. I just had a discussion with our lands coordinator about that in the last couple of weeks. It was really kind of on hold for a number of different issues, but now it's being actively worked on. So we should have something to council before the end of summer. And secondly, we've got some draft policies in your package that talk about county lands. As for rates, to ensure we're getting effective rates, as current leases come due, we're ensuring they either comply with current policy or the MGA. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
I think we rent some land out for agricultural uses, and I guess I'm just looking for assurance that we test the market and make sure that we're getting appropriate rates for that land.
That would be a fair statement. Mr. Chairman, we're required under the Act to get fair rates.
Okay, that satisfies you, Counselor Hall?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Reeve Holland.
Just curious under fire services, and again, thank you so much for the report. These are really appreciated, as I've mentioned several times in the past. This is just awesome to have this information. Just curious on some of the notable activities. The first bullet point on fire services, page 10, deployment of first due system. Can you give us an explanation of first due system, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Holland. So first two is our new electronic records management system for the fire service. So when I came aboard back in 2023, there was an existing software solution called FirePro that was in existence but not being leveraged. We spent time and effort getting FirePro up and working just for it to be in time for it to hit obsolescence. So the fire service is still very paper-based. From every training record to every incident report, everything comes in on paper. When you look at the spans of the county, trying to get paper records to flow into the county, it's a bit of a challenge. So First Due is a system that's new in Alberta. It's actually being adopted by many municipalities, and it is a kind of a one-stop shop in terms of records management, where everything from response records to training records to inventories can all be entered real time. It's cloud-based. So even if a computer crashes, the data is still there. So it's meant to alleviate a lot of the administrative burden on our volunteers.
Fantastic. That's really good news, and sounds like a great system to improve efficiencies as well as ease of information handling, like you mentioned. Thank you for that. I really appreciate hearing that. The other one I just wanted to mention, on page 11, it's really great to hear Manager Wood over that been in contact already organizing group for Santa's Anonymous. I think that's amazing to Christmas in July. And as well as just a note, the FCSS and the Community and Protective Services Department are hosting their annual free community barbecue, August 26th. Another great event. So thank you very much for all you're doing over there, and appreciate your report as well. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions regarding the Community and Protective Services report? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you also, Ms. Woods, for such a great report and putting forward what FCSS does. It's a great program, and thank you for the whole report itself. So Okay, moving on, seeing no other would be to page 55. No, next one, whatever that page that is. 29, the Corporate Services Department report. So any questions regarding corporate services that anybody may have? Anyone? I think it's looks like through human resources on page 30, looks like we're looking for a few people, eh? So. Okay. Oh, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration. We've extended the deadline for taxes to be due and reopened the small business tax credit. I'm just wondering what the initial feedback to those has been from residents and if you guys are seeing any other concerns popping up.
Through the chair to all members of committee. So far, we've been hearing some positive feedback. We've reached out to certain businesses that have reached out to us previously and also to some of our residents who had questions about their assessments. We've let them know personally that the extension is in place and we continue to answer questions.
Good. Okay. Anybody else with any questions? Very informative report, so I want to thank you very much for that. Go ahead.
Thank you. And again, kudos for these reports. I think it's awesome. It's really great to see the grant submissions as well. I'll just mention those and to see what's been awarded, which is just fantastic. Good information to have. And it's just a testament of the great work that's really happening out there. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councillor Hall.
Regarding on page 34, it talks about nearly $60,000 worth of the 91 plus accounts are related to fire services. Do you have any doubts about the collectability of those accounts? Like, I guess I'm wondering if administration fully expects those to be recovered? Because with those extracted, the accounts receivable list is looking really well managed. So the question is, are you confident we'll be able to recover those funds?
Through the chair to members of the committee. So typically some of these will go to taxation. We also have a collections agency that has received a report on many of our accounts in arrears. So we are feeling confident at this point, but once we hear back from our collections agency on the probability of accessing those funds, we'll know more. But for now, we'll continue to chase them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions regarding Councillor Gerlach?
Yeah, under human resources, recruitment, the fleet supervisor. What is the responsibility of a fleet supervisor? What is?
I can, through the chair, I can answer that one. It's the shop foreman. We have renamed it to fleet supervisor. And the expectations is that they will do much more management and fleet management, and which includes procurement for all departments. So it's just been retitled from shop foreman to fleet.
That's kind of what I thought, but I just want to clarify.
Perfect. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for that report. And we'll look at moving on to page 36, Infrastructure Services Department. Any questions for the director regarding this? Councillor Hall.
Good morning and thank you. On page 36, the third bullet talks about seasonal staff performing hamlet cleanups. I'm just wondering if there's been a change from our historic practice of providing fees, payments to community groups to perform that service. So are we no longer offering that to community groups and just doing it internally?
Through the chair to committee member. No, that's additional cleanups that, or for areas that were not, I guess, selected to be picked by volunteer groups. The program is still in effect and we had a number of people sign up this year. I can't say exactly how many at this point, but we had some additional cleanup that we had to undertake with our own staff that would have fallen outside typical just garbage picking in ditches and so on.
Thank you.
Councillor Cromwell?
Thank you very much. Maybe just curiosity, or thankful actually that we are still getting cleanup done in our hamlets. It is not reasonable to believe that all the burden should rely on volunteers to take care of our own communities and actually be out there doing the work in our own communities. So thank you, Director, for having your staff actually go out and take care of the communities which we represent. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. Anybody else? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. I've received calls from well over 20 different residents in the last month and a half, wondering where or when we'll be able to see a list of the capital hard surfacing projects that council had previously asked for. We'd asked for that ranked list based on policy 3243. And I'm just kind of wondering if that's in the works, if that's something we'll be seeing by the end of summer.
Through the chair to committee member, I wasn't aware of that request for the list. However, I can let you know that we are currently have brought in WSP to work on a 10-year capital plan for surfaced road inventory. And it will establish a set of priorities, at least, for the next 5 years, that we would be recommending to council for an adoption. So you should see that later in the summer, so that it can be in place prior to 2026 budget. So that's what I have for now.
Thank you. Will that project be evaluating the different construction projects based on the criteria and the ranking matrix that was included in the policy?
Mr. Chairman, we'll bring that item to council. It'll include the current criteria and policy. And we'll probably suggest a different criteria and policy based on other counties and even Alberta Transportation's ranking for consideration. But we do have a current policy that states the priority that council would give to hard surfacing projects.
Okay. That's, I guess, would this part entail this project look at the maintenance of what we already have for hard surfacing? Like that will be in part and parcel of this?
To the chair, absolutely it will. It's going to look at all of our surfaced road inventory, and it'll have maintenance, overlays, chip seals, whatever is recommended for each roadway. Help try and establish a long-term capital plan for council to look at and to adopt, where we can ensure that our current inventory is well maintained. And but in my opinion, that should be our primary focus. So.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. Yeah, I agree. Councillor Anderson?
Sorry, just to follow up, what's the timeline that we can expect?
I Through the chair. We just got them on a week ago. It's probably not going to be something we see before mid-September. Right, so they're doing an assessment of all the roads. I'm gonna try and rank them. We're also trying to find any historical data that will give us some insight into what structures are currently there and that exist, and for ones that we can't identify through historical information that's available, we may have to go out and core them or whatever to see what kind of structure currently is there.
Mr. Chairman, I tend to bring the action list back to council for discussion at the next meeting. But perhaps council can prioritize which ones you want in which order, because we don't have resources to get them all done by the end of your term. Which ones are most important to you? Because we can't do them all. Because the action list doesn't represent everything we work on. It's probably about a quarter of what we work on. So if you could tell us what are most important, we'll work on those. You could tell us what are not the most important, we won't work on those. Otherwise, we'll never get anything done.
Yeah, I agree on that, and I thought it was gonna come back before this, but yeah, if we can bring that action list back, and then we can, as council, we can hammer through that and try to figure out through the committee, we can try to figure out what is important, and not that the others aren't important, but maybe we can put them on the back burner because there's only so much time in 1 year that we can keep rolling along here. Seems like every meeting we add more on. Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you very much. I believe it was my understanding that the current hard surfacing policy is more to do with hamlets and subdivisions, not the road structure for the county in its entirety. So I believe we will need to bring that policy back when we're talking about hard surfacing to make it more inclusive, as some criteria just do not apply to some of the roads we're looking at. And in order to be fair to all of the ratepayers and all of the areas within the county, I believe that policy should be reworked. And I appreciate the CAO mentioning that they were looking at changes. So thank you very much. Kudos to your crew.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that policy too. So, Reeve Holland.
Thanks so much. I know we're all getting hammered here with regards to delays, and it's evident we understand what those are and working towards provisions on catching up, and we can only do so much as the season is so short. And it's mentioned in the report, here's another example that it's not only the weather that's creating issues, but everybody's behind. So as we noticed, shoulder pulls are off to a slow start because TELUS is 3 to 4 weeks behind with locates. So, you know, I know that there is a lot of frustration out there as we're talking about roads right now and how the weather makes things a little trickier and all of that kind of thing. But I know for myself, patience is a virtue. And just trying to give that grace to our public works team. They're out there, they're working hard, they're doing what they can. And I know people are calling in. I've received several phone calls as well. And I think a lot of it runs back to our taxes. And people are upset, as we know. So I just want people to understand we hear them. And provisions are in place to do what we can to remedy the concerns that they do have, and to don't hesitate to contact Public Works as well, just so that they are aware. They may not be aware of certain situations. They can't be everywhere. We've got a huge county, so asking for people to also don't hesitate to give Public Works a call too if they need to, and just let them know what's happening out there. So again, thank you so much to all you're doing for your reports, for this information. It's I wish all the public could sit down and read these on a regular because it's great information. So thanks again.
Okay, Councillor Gerlach.
Just one little pet peeve. When grass mowers are out doing the first shoulder cut, sometimes there are places where there's wet spots. And in 3 years in a row now, they've gone by, did the shoulder cut. By the time they come back to do the rest of it, it's wet. So when they go through, could they maybe catch some of those wet spots that are dry when they do the shoulder pull, so that they don't get left? Just,
Okay, Councillor Gerlach.
just one little pet peeve. When grass mowers are out doing the shoulder first shoulder cut, sometimes there are places where there's wet spots. And in 3 years in a row now, they've gone by, did the shoulder cut. By the time they come back to do the rest of it, it's wet. So when they go through, could they maybe catch some of those wet spots that are dry when they do the shoulder pull, so that they don't get
Okay. Looks like the director's writing that down, so. One question I got regarding, I know that there's lots of people getting a little excited about the dust control and dust control sprays and everything. Is there any thoughts of possibly bringing on a second crew? Having 2 spray crews going or anything like that, or?
Through the chair, it's not something we have looked at. We may have to if we're falling further behind. Problem is we need somebody to work with that crew, right? And we don't have that many supervisors or to go out and manage the program. But it is something we'll be looking at trying to get the program finished up. We're currently at about 60% of the program is completed. Obviously, it'll be delayed for a while with the rain and the forecast. But we'll be looking at whatever options we can to try and wrap that program up and as efficiently as we can. But to date, we have not looked at adding a second crew.
Okay, it's just a thought of moving things forward a little bit quicker if we could possibly get another crew going. There's some pros and cons to it that I must say. The pros of being this a little bit later, you don't end up with people getting early dust control and then later in the fall it runs out real quick. But I know that doesn't help with the increase in the taxes and everything. Everybody's getting pretty antsy on getting the service done in a prompt manner. So I think that's what we're seeing anyway. So how's the regarding the brushing going or the brushing cleanup going north of the airport? Is that coming out of a separate budget, or how is that being put through?
Through the chair, it currently is being billed to our brushing budget. So it's coming out of the overall budget that was established. So
Okay,
that's
okay.
good.
No, that sounds good. It's a bonus to see it being cleaned up, I guess. So people are a little excited, so. Okay, so any other? Go ahead, Councilor Anderson.
Thank you. I will say, I have not received complaints about dust control. You guys are doing a phenomenal job in that regard. I have been receiving some complaints about the roads being too wet though, so, you know, what one side of the county is dealing with, sometimes the other side of the county is dealing with something completely the opposite. And so I appreciate that you guys have to provide services to the entire community, and I know that sometimes it's a struggle.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councilor.
Through the chair, just wondering on page 37 in the shop at the last bullet point, if that problem has been fixed yet with the wiring harness issues.
Sorry, which was it?
The last bullet point and for underneath shop right here.
Those ones may have been fixed, but there's 3 down now.
Oh,
So
Lord.
we actually have a meeting this morning with Roy was meeting with our shop foreman, and they were contacting Brant to have a heart-to-heart on the response time. Even the rental grader we had got to replace one of ours that was down is down. So it's an ongoing challenge to get them here in a timely manner, but I do believe those other 2 were repaired, but now there's 3 other ones that are down.
That's really unfortunate, but I appreciate the good work of trying to get everything done. Thank you.
Councilor Hall.
So the brushing cleanup north of the airport was mentioned a minute ago, and it's my understanding this wasn't actually a planned project. And then we've been talking about, the shifting day by day, changing of priorities. Were crews redirected from dust control to deal with this kind of unexpected event? And if not, what were they redirected from?
Through the chair to the committee member. No, they were not redirected from dust control crew. They are a different crew. So there was other priorities that they could have been dealing with if they weren't dealing with that brushing. There's a number of drainage issues we have going on, other brushing priorities. There's other things that we definitely could have them doing, but that became a priority based on, the condition that it was left in, so.
Okay. Seeing that's all the questions to be asked, I want to thank you very much for this report and the great information given back. And looks like we have a delegation here for 10 a.m. and it is actually 10:01. So we're gonna pause on this 4.3. We'll pause on that and take that up after our delegations are done. We'll take a 5-minute break here to let the delegations in and we'll come back. So, good morning. We're reconvene the meeting here. We have the local RCMP in here as a delegation for their quarterly update. I want to welcome you guys to the committee of the whole meeting. Thank you very much for coming, and we can go around and introduce everybody here, but I'm pretty sure that we've all been in this situation before, so I'm hoping that everybody knows everybody here. So on that note, again, you guys know to use the mics, and if you want to introduce yourself, whoever wants to start first, go ahead and we'll go from there.
Sergeant Paperzzi, Boyle RCP Commander.
Sergeant Lee Simpkins, Traffic Commander for Wood Buffalo, Boyle, and Athabasca.
Morning, everyone. Staff Sergeant Mark Hall, Athabasca Detachment Commander.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of you for coming. So on that note, whoever wants to start discussing their report, Giver.
Sure, thanks for having us. Thanks for having me as well. We're covering off a little bit from behind the timeline here. So this is January to April, pretty much of last fiscal. May and June is the new, as you know. As far as the winter months, heading out for the last of our fiscal, we were in for some transfers and stuff like that. But overall, our priorities that we had set last year were traffic safety and visibility of police. And what I will try to do in that area is for traffic safety, we try to do a lot of joint force operations and cooperative work with the partner agencies, Lee included. So we get our guys going out for check stops, stuff like that. And then we do both as commanders keep track of how those are going. And over last year and pretty much the year before, relations with all our partners are very tight. I'm pretty impressed. I know Joe, a corporal for traffic, is now taken on the initiative to try to do partner agency meetings. Trying to do it once a month, but due to operational pressure, sometimes it doesn't work out. But that's getting all us together, obviously, to see what our pressures are, both sheriff's side, our side, Fish and Wildlife as well. And we try to fit everybody's needs into enforcement priorities and cater that. Wandering River area gets a bit neglected, so it's nice. They've been doing some checks up there, bringing more visibility, which is helping. Visibility of police. What I like to do with that is I'm a big proponent of community representation. So especially with the new recruits coming in, all the community engagement invites we get, whether it's Boyle Grad coming up, schools, we get them out there just to introduce themselves. Community gets to know, because obviously the common thread is what happened to so-and-so, and well, he transferred. So people get a flavor of, yes, we are having people rotate in and out, but rest assured, we are going to have people fill in those gaps. So into the spring, we had a lot of invites for community barbecues, not because we love food, just I know Mawatha and Long Lake, their associations want representation. And a lot of that is just community has some Q&A. You know, if they want to talk about some of the issues that might be happening into the summer with some of the summer villages and some of their issues and stuff that we can do versus just try to increase patrols, helps out a little bit, and it gives that layout of the land for the newbies as well to know who's in the community and some of the leadership as well. I keep track of the meetings and all the invites. If I can't go myself, I make sure somebody's delegated to go. That way there is always representation. I haven't had to say no yet. We always find a way to make it work, no matter what kind of pressures we have. So town halls I had to push off. Obviously everything went out on fire and really created a lot of pressure for us. We fared well, the community fared well, Athabasca County really well. Kept in close contact with those ratepayers that were directly affected. That really helped bring up some good PR for us as well. I hope my personally being out there myself and getting phone contacts for a lot of people that did have to evacuate, it got them some reassurance of not only having to see the alerts, but I could keep them up to date of, look, I was at your place, everything's fine, you didn't lose anything. It did help their anxiety level immensely. I'm kind of feel bad when we have to tell people to leave and then they're remaining with a lot of questions. So I'm a big proponent as well as we're all human and we gotta look after each other, and that worked well for us. Heading into the new year, we're gonna keep the priorities the same, traffic focus, as well as the high visibility. So some of the town halls, I'll probably have to look at the late summer into early fall, and just to give people the opportunity to appear, bring any suggestions, bring any concerns. The last couple of years that we've had it, there hasn't been too much. We're fortunate to be very well received in Athabasca and Boyle areas. People do have that big support for the RCMP and appreciate it. And I think over the last couple of years, I've handed out at least a box of business cards. So a lot of people have made contact with me if they have concerns, and I've had nothing but positive feedback so much. And the way I know that we're doing a good job is my detachment always has food, because people are bringing in carrot cakes, you name it. And I grew up that way too, where if people appreciate you, they drop by with treats, and we get a lot of treats, which is always good. And I think it's wearing off on the young guys there, where they're starting to feel welcome. So we'll see. The newest member that we have, I can say that we're having a difficult time finding rentals. It's getting very tight. So the newest recruit was able to secure a place out at the lake. So it's going to be a little more isolated for him, but seems to like it so far. So I can see that coming up, because we still have another recruit coming at the end of June, and most of them don't have any family here, so it's a new adventure for them. So I guess if any suggestions you guys have, any people you know, definitely get a hold of me if you have any relatives or people that have properties that they want to rent out to. I'm vouching that they're good folks. So but yeah, that's a big pressure on us. So just keep that in mind as well. It's pretty tough in areas where there is a shortage of housing for some of the people coming in. So if you have any questions, I'm here. I apologize on my last quarter report. I usually break down some of the stats to make it make sense. I didn't have time. I just rammed this in, and I apologize for that. But I don't have any concerns from the last fiscal. This year, heading into the last couple months, we are picking up in the North Buck Lake area and some of the Water River areas, some of the mischief break and enters. Some of the satellite sites are getting some copper theft. I know Redwater got a really bad one, so we're keeping alert that that doesn't happen here, but it does happen. A lot of people are bringing out their toys for the summer. Unfortunately, when they leave for the week and they're still sitting there, it's pretty easy pickings, and there's a lot of pressure on us to start making patrols in the rural areas, especially the summer villages. And we'll do what we can, but obviously it's going to be a pressure for us. We're trying to get people to take a lot of proactive measures themselves when we get it. You're not going to be taking all your toys back every weekend, but if they're sitting out there unsupervised, it's pretty tough for us to be monitoring that as well. So we'll do what we can to liaise with the villages at some of the barbecues for getting some messages out there. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Councillor Chamzik.
Good morning. Just to make a comment, I've actually had some residents actually say that they've noticed the more visibility on our county roads and areas, which has been kind of a blessing to hear that feedback back. And also at one of the meetings I went to inside of Grassland, the town halls actually came up, and the suggestion is maybe possibly doing it after harvest, is, you know, hockey season and harvest is one of those things. So just
I did learn from that the last couple of years. I did. I'm a hockey fan, but I'm also a businessman, I think too, so. But yeah, I've learned in the past that nobody wants to do anything on a hockey night. Hence, I had to meet with council in the village last night because they didn't want to meet Tuesday. And I clued in and I'm like, I know why. So yeah, no, greatly appreciated, and I will reach out to represent just to see when the suitable dates are. I don't like doing the virtual stuff, so I like giving people the opportunity to show up. If they do, great. If the, the numbers aren't there, well, it's not that they don't know who to contact if there is concerns, for sure. So.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for, okay, Councillor Revon.
And good morning, and thanks again for being here, and appreciate your reports. Where you felt to put it together or not, looks really good. So I appreciate the information within. I also wanted to pass along the kudos that came forward with regards to the response for the fire. And so many people are so appreciative of your being there and helping out, and as you mentioned, the human side. And people really, they sent a lot of thank yous. So I just wanted to pass
Yeah,
on those.
I got your
kudos.
feedback. I really appreciate it as well. I shared that with my membership, and I can honestly say all my staff work 20+ hours on that.
Yeah.
And they know that sometimes the days are long.
Yeah.
But nobody complained. And you wouldn't believe the amount of food we had dropped.
People are very, very
We
happy.
could not eat it all. It was incredible.
Yeah.
And we ended up giving firefighters were well fed,
Awesome.
and we were too. So Lee actually was the one with the idea. He brought a lot of food to the power line workers,
Right on.
and they were head over heels. They couldn't believe it. And I said, that's awesome.
That's
So
fantastic.
none of that food went to waste. And yeah, we made sure everybody got some love for that for sure.
That's awesome. No, very much appreciated. And thanks again for all the support.
Councillor Hall first.
Good morning, and thank you, Sergeant. So we know there was a missing person in the Boyle region shortly after the evacuation, or after the folks in that area were permitted to return. Can you just clarify for us, who makes the decision to call in search and rescue once the RCMP has been notified that someone is missing?
That becomes from our command, and search and rescue, when they become engaged, it's somebody that's usually high risk. In this case, it was an elderly gentleman. And because of the delay in reporting, it was hours. And when they're not accounted for in their usual places of residence or friends or associates, then we start not, I guess, leaning towards the worst, but we feel that the risk is high enough that there might be a medical emergency or something involved, where just simple canvassing is not going to be suffice. So search and rescue come in. They're more trained at grid searches and some of the more methods that are prone to be thorough and not miss anything.
Okay.
Fortunately, this gentleman ended up walking back into town. He went for a walk down the train track, and nobody knew. And so we're doing what we can do, triage with family and staff that's in his world, just to keep tabs, I guess, and prevent future occurrences. But other than that, everything worked out well, and search and rescue was phenomenal for what they had to do in that short amount of time frame.
And just having come off the fire, of course, lots of those guys provide dual duties. But so just so that I understand, the escalation to bringing in other resources kind of it relates to the best judgment of the detachment and your senior command.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, if we feel that somebody is maybe suffering from a mental illness like dementia or something where they could get themselves into trouble and their health becomes an issue, we want to do everything we can to front load that to prevent that from turning into a tragic situation, for sure.
Well, and thank you for the speed that your crew got out and worked on that issue, where I think everybody's glad that there's a positive positive outcome there.
100%. And we don't stop until somebody's located. So fortunately it ended fairly quickly, and we weren't out there for a day or two, and then
Yeah, no, I'm glad it worked out. Thank you again for being there.
appreciate it.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I recently attended a open house town hall session with the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, Mike Ellis, and he was talking about Alberta has approximately a 20% vacancy rate within our RCMP right now. And I'm just kind of wondering how you feel the odds of filling those vacancies are, or if you feel that they're going to remain vacant for a while.
Me personally, so I have vacancies intermittently, generally with transfers, so the only position I have vacant right now is a corporal position, and I lost the corporal from a promotion. The promotional process that we follow is guided by National Promotions Unit, so above my pay grade. Everything takes time. I can honestly say it's been a little difficult getting people to apply. So we're looking at options. So I've been vacant in that position since November. Other than that, I have 3 leaving in June, 1 on paternity leave, but I have 3 coming in. So the pressures that we're facing is our vacancies aren't going to be there other than the person on paternity leave. But the pressures that I'm going to be facing now is I'm left with fairly junior staff to try and train even more junior staff. So you'll see maybe some a little less police visibility, and that'll be for a couple months because there's strict rules and guidelines policy in place where we can't just throw somebody in a car and they become official. Takes a little bit of time to bring them up to speed. I know Depot trains them for the 6 months, but they're still on training in the field for 6 months. So nothing's guaranteed for them. They do have to meet benchmarks. So on paper, we're full. Operationally, we got some growing pains. The positive for me, I'm not sure if Mark can speak to some of the vacancies, but we're going to be bringing up this new crop for the next 4 to 5 years of being here. So we might be starting a little slow at the start, but we're trying to get them out in the community, get them up to speed as quickly as possible, where they feel comfortable and confident and become in the community for at least the next 4 to 5 years. So that's our goal. So there's vacancies across Alberta with some of the political leaders speaking. I can't speak to the actual vacancies across Alberta. I know there's a big pressure to fill the vacancies on detachments, but we're at the mercy of people applying, the backfill that we have, budgets. So I could say I'm in good shape. Mark might want to fill in what he's looking at.
Yeah, I can just speak to a little bit here. So back in March, I spoke to our recruiting section in headquarters there about their recruiting efforts there. And I was told that they had recruited 110% more people this past year than they did the previous year and that. So there is a big, huge, think of it like a big, huge funnel. We're recruiting like crazy and getting the people into the funnel, but they have to go through the security process and things like that, and then get into the training system, get into the training pipeline, and then get out to us. So that's where the slowdown really does take place there. I can't speak to the numbers across the province either. I do know that there was some information sent out to the media from our headquarters on the actual numbers of what vacancy rates are. But it's not something I can quote on today. As far as detachment goes, my detachment goes, I've had 1 vacancy for the last year, just 1 in there. I mean, I've had some people out off duty sick, things like that, but physically vacant 1 position right now. So that's where we're sitting at for right now.
Okay, and yeah, I know with training is one thing, but also in a rural community with people coming in and learning the roads. We're not driving down 105th and Jasper Ave. We're out in the back 40 and trying to orientate new people, and this is, we go through it with Athabasca County too. It's like once you hire a new person, it's tough, eh?
Yeah, for sure. Majority of the recruits that I'm getting, single males, no family, no commitments, no wives, no fiancés. That's what's showing up in my books. When I was that age, I wanted to work, and if they want overtime, well, we'll find some money for them. So
Right on.
So yeah, summer, if we get busy, I'm pretty confident some of these go-getters will be wanting to put the big hours in if it's required for sure.
But
I think that's really great. We hear all the time different statistics coming from government, and it's great to be able to know if or how they are actually affecting our community. So thank you very much.
thanks. I guess next, starting seconds, you went okay.
Good morning. Thanks for the invite. I just have some stats here. This is from March 1st to May 31st. I printed off. I'll just throw some stats at you and have a few highlights that were significant. So from that time period, my unit in Boyle and Athabasca, we got 7 impaired drivers. 3 of note. One was a commercial vehicle hauling a Super B of very highly flammable liquid. It was actually me that intercepted that driver being on his cell phone, and throughout my traffic stop, I deemed him to be impaired, and he subsequently provided 2 fails on a roadside or a proof screening device, and that was at just after 10:30 in the morning. 2 weeks after that, we had a call for service from a concerned citizen of a logging truck that was coming through Boyle. Again, I subsequently stopped that vehicle at 11 a.m. and that driver turned out to be impaired as well. Blew a fail on the proof screening device. We did some JFOs on the May long weekend, and one of the members got an impaired driver on an off-highway vehicle. During that time period, we intercepted 29 violators for failing to wear their seatbelt. Again, it is law in Alberta that you must wear it. 207 speed tickets. Of that, there's a few to note. On Highway 827, just south of Athabasca, again, it was me. I'm a bit of a magnet. I stopped a driver doing 168 kilometers an hour, and that person has a court date here in Athabasca in July. Ashton might see me a few times out in the Boyle school zone. The reason I go there is because I keep getting speeders. Of note, one was doing 99 in the 30 zone. And just the other day, one was doing 73 in the school zone. And I usually sit there at about 8:30 when the buses come in. So everybody's had their warning. That's when I'm usually there because there's a lot of kids running around. We had 52 other charges. So careless driving, we had 2, 1 intersection. So it could be a stop sign ticket. 2 prohibited or suspended drivers during that time period. And then 47 other moving or non-moving offenses. So that could be no insurance or no registration or that sort of thing. Members continuing to seize the illegal contraband cigarettes. We had 6 of those seizures in that time period. And we had 3 cannabis and 1 liquor offense. During that time period, we did 367 mandatory alcohol screenings. So 367 drivers were stopped and they were mandatory alcohol screened. So that doesn't account for if we get an odor of liquor. So we read the ASD, their proof screening device demand. So my 2 truck drivers, I didn't read the mass demand. I could smell the liquor. So. And we attended 25 calls for service, so that's assisting both detachments. And my members did 5 other criminal code charges. It doesn't specify which ones. And we executed 5 warrants. So we did some JFOs with the sheriff's, Fish and Wildlife, and CPOs and the conservation officers. May long weekend was the National Impaired Driving Day, so members were out on the Saturday doing multiple road checks in the area. I know last time we were here, there was some concern about the Wandering River area. So my members have been up there a couple times during this period and doing enforcement and some check stops up there with our partners. And yeah, and we assisted with the Boyle fire when it was going on there, and provided security for the town basically. And there was a business that came, I won't say the business, but a business person came and dropped off. Well, basically it filled the back seat of my Tahoe with food and pop and donuts, and it must have cost that business probably close to $500 to bring me that food. And we had so much food at the detachment, I went right down into the fire zone there, and I was feeding all the firefighters and line workers. So they were quite appreciative of that. They all know who brought the food because I let them know. So yeah, I've had well, I was deployed to the Boyle fire, and then one of my members was just up for the last week there at the Chippewa. Is it Lake Chippewa? Lake Chippewa fire. So they were up there for a week. So we're spread pretty thin here with the members that I have on the road, and until fire season ends, I don't see it getting any better. So that's pretty much all I got.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that report. Did we lose any members to the G7 summit for any?
Two of my members put their hand up, but they weren't selected. So
okay,
I think they had enough from across the country. So that works for me. Yeah.
Right on. Well, thank you very much for that, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. We appreciate seeing you in the school zone in the mornings. You probably can't see my daughter waving through the window, but she thinks it's the coolest thing ever. So thank you. And
Yeah,
it's
some tinted windows.
great to hear that our community stepped up in a time of need too. I think that's one thing that we don't give our community nearly enough credit for. It's just how incredible they are. When they see a need, they just fill it so often without us asking. I did have a question about the contraband cigarettes. How do you catch contraband cigarettes? Like, are they just sitting out open?
Pretty much in plain view, yeah. The impaired driver that crashed us the other day, it's not in this report, but that impaired driver was crashed off-road right, and one of my members intercepted her and then conducted an impaired investigation. And as the driver was unpacking the vehicle, there was 3 cartons of contraband cigarettes. So that got seized and a fine was implemented on that, right? So it's the cigarettes that aren't that have the tax sticker on it. They're contraband cigarettes. They're illegal to possess. So, I mean, they're all over. Everybody seems to smoke them because they're cheaper, but again, they are illegal, and there is fines associated. So most of the time, it'll be in plain view. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't smoke. I've never tried it in my life, but I was just wondering if you're actually like checking people's purses or if it's just lucky.
No, you just, like I say,
the window.
they're out in the open. You can clearly see the contraband cigarettes. So my members are quite familiar with what they look like. So then they can be seized under the Tobacco Excise Act, I believe, and they can be seized and then again fine implemented, and we'll.
Councillor Gerlach.
Yeah, I was just wondering, somebody who's driving incredibly fast, 180 kilometers an hour, do they just get a ticket and they continue on your way, or do you arrest them?
So the person that was doing 168 on 827 basically got an appearance notice, so they got to appear in Athabasca Provincial Court. Failure to do so will result in a warrant.
If they're going fast and reckless, do you arrest them?
It depends on the totality of the circumstances. So if they're like street racing or whatever, sure, they can be arrested for dangerous driving or dangerous stop or even street race. I think this person was just running late for an appointment, was going to town a little bit too quickly, and didn't see my unmarked police car. And I know I've brought it up at traffic safety committee meetings that I've been at in Wood Buffalo and Lac La Biche that I come from British Columbia, did 14 years there, and they brought in a vehicle impound law back in 2010. And in British Columbia, if it's 41 or over the posted speed limit, you lose your vehicle for a period of 7 days. And their goal was to reduce the fatality rate by 50% by 2016. And they reduced it by 55% by 2013. So it was only in for 3 years. And it sure changed the driving behavior. In British Columbia, it was hard to get people doing those speeds anymore because they knew if they were captured that they'd lose their vehicle. And I'm hoping that one day that it comes into this province because it's a little odd to give somebody a ticket for 168 or an appearance notice and let them drive away because the continuation of the offense may occur again, right? So, and that's putting public at risk. So, in my opinion.
Revolve.
Thank you. I really appreciate your report and for being where you were to handle some of those fools, as far, I don't know, I'll put it that way, that are driving impaired, especially commercial units and that time of the morning. This is pretty disturbing and definitely a concern. So thank you so much for being there and for taking them off the road. That's greatly appreciated. The speeding as well. Phenomenal that people feel the need for speed, but it's out there. But yeah, no, I really appreciate the work that you're doing and the spans that you have to cover to be able to have those stats that you have is pretty phenomenal. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much for that report, Sergeant Hall.
I'll try and be brief so I'm not carrying on, repeating some of the same information here. So being in Athabasca here, we have skirted a lot of the major issues that some of these guys have had to deal with. Everybody's been on fire all around us. My detachment hasn't been called to assist in any of these. We haven't been called to assist you with G7, but we are ready to go if should things change. That with the rain, hopefully that's not going to change, but we are ready to go if we need to go. So as far as the report goes, the last quarter, sum it up with the year's worth of information, we did actually quite well on our two priorities here. We were looking at break and enters and we're looking at dealing with our habitual offenders. Because we focus so hard on the habitual offenders here, we were able to really improve our the reduction in break and enters within the area, the full detachment area here. So my target was 15% reduction, and we did achieve 34% reduction in the amount of break and enters that happen. One break and enter is too many, in my opinion. Nobody wants to be a victim of that crime, but I do know it's going to happen. We're doing everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen. And if it does happen, we can deal with the individuals that are causing this grief. So we had a pretty good year for that. One of the things I'm looking at, I started doing too, is I'm going to be sending you guys a monthly report on the breakdown of what's happening within the area there. I've sent out April's and May's reports, and we're not looking too bad right now for the amount of things that are happening. Of course, it is prior summertime. Summertime's usually a bit busier for us in the area here. So, but we're still in pretty good shape. We talked about staffing levels here. So for a lot of the last year, I had been down members. I had that one vacancy. Then I had a member who was off duty sick. I had another member who went off duty sick, and then I had another member break his toe, and he was off duty for a little bit there. So as of this past couple of weeks here, I finally got them back, other than one. So I do have one who's not going to be returning for some time here. I'm not sure how long it's going to be, but we're in pretty good shape right now. Not losing anybody. Nobody is on the transfer list right now. Nobody's looking to leave here. It's a fantastic community that they're part of. So they're excited to be here. I am doing an active recruiting though throughout the province to see if we can get more people to come up here, not just my detachment, but also Boyle and the rest of Eastern Alberta District. We're trying to do some things with our headquarters there to attract some people to the area. On the public service side, that's where I heard the most. I had one that was off duty sick for probably November right through to January, and now has come back on a graduate return to work program to get up to speed. One of my other ones went on maternity leave and won't be back with us until probably August of next year. And I just completed the hiring process finally for one of my vacant spots that I had for that. So officially right now I'm at 2 full-timers, 2 casuals, and we just hired somebody else for the last position there. So it's going to be getting past that training side of things to get everybody up to speed, because it is quite an uphill learning curve that we have to for this the organization here. But we're getting there in that we're staying afloat in that area there too. So it's good. One of the things that we're doing here is, I know that Reeve, you're a part of too. We've got the community work group that we're forming here, and to work together to figure out solutions to different problems here. So I'm part of that committee. We're going to be meeting again this week, I believe, and doing some great work in that. So I encourage my members to be part of those different initiatives. We're going to be putting out a few things this summer here. Aside from town halls, aside from other events, we're going to be in the schools a lot more, and be engaged with the community as much as possible here. So one of the things I set up, I'm currently in the process of setting up with the town, and I'd like actually to engage you folks in it, is we normally do a coffee with the cop, where anybody from the public can come down and sit and talk with us about issues, or just find out what's going on in the policing world. What I've done is I've extended an invitation out to the town to have one of the mayor or one of the councilors come sit with me or one of my members and have a discussion as a community team to discuss different issues in there. So if you're interested in that, we can definitely go to these different areas that within the county and set up a little coffee with the cop or coffee with the community initiative to get some feedback from the community and get some information out there. So I won't ask for any commitments right now, but here that's something that'll be I'll send out to Bob here shortly here with the invitation for that side of things. Overall, things are looking good for us right now. Can't complain. So
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any questions of Sergeant Hall? None. Go ahead.
Just comments, no questions. And again, it's just the appreciation that we have for you and your team, all of you. It's huge in our community, and it's well noticed. And the fact that you are out in the community is so appreciative. People get to know who you are. And as you mentioned, the human side is so incredibly important, and the reception that I'm sure you're receiving, we're hearing about, is pretty amazing. So thank you. Stats are really good, looking good. And as you mentioned, staff is always good too. And your numbers are there. So everybody seems to be quite happy, and your visibility that they are seeing is impressive. So thank you.
thank you.
I guess, go ahead, Councillor Gerlach.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention too, I've having coffee, just chatting with people, and they sort of respect the idea that the police are kind of their friends, that they can, when they have an interaction with them, they're there to support the intent of the law, not necessarily the letter of it. And I think that's appreciated by the public, because it's just common sense. And maybe in the past, it's been a little, maybe too much toward the letter of the law, but now it's the intent of the law, and or at least from what I hear from them, and people appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I was one question, is those tours of the ROTC still going on?
Absolutely. So we can set up a tour and actually bring Dennis along if he's available for it as well. Definitely we can set up another tour here. The last one I took the Athabasca town to, quite a few went to it. And again, they had the same impression you folks did, the ones that came with me the last time here. It's quite the operation we got going there to support the communities out here. So
That's a very big, be a huge advocate for that tour, because I went on it and it's incredible. So if anybody can go on that tour, I'd go again, honestly. It's great to see an organized or just an organized system like that. It's unbelievable. Every time you hear a call or something happening, it's like, kind of got an idea of what's happening in the background, right? You know, so it's so informative. It's a great tour, so. But-
Yeah, I'll echo that 1,000%. It was a great opportunity to be able to go. And I also just want to say, really looking forward to that musical ride coming up as well. And
Gotcha.
thanks for all your guys' hard work.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like I want to thank you guys very much. Oh, Councillor Gerlach.
One last question. That program for property identification that,
Oh, yeah.
that you brought up, is that progressing anywhere or is there much uptake on that?
There's nothing past the last update we gave you guys. I know that Gavin's working towards bringing that in. We're trying to figure out how it's going to be paid for at this point here and who's going to partake in it. I know there's definitely some interest from the town as well that came up at our Reeve Holland brought up the topic during our meeting. They were interested in seeing that expand a little bit here. So it's definitely something we're going full force with here. Hopefully it updates within the next week or two.
Good, thanks.
Right on. Yeah, that's another important thing to move forward. I think it's a great program. So I want to thank you guys very much for coming in for the for your presentation and that. And if there's no other questions, thank you very much. We'll
Thank you, everyone.
we'll break here for about 10 minutes. Okay, good morning. So we're moving on to our next delegation, Athabasca Regional Multiplex Society. Rhonda Alex, General Manager, and Tim Wolfberg, Facility Manager, is here to present a report on the facility. So I guess we should go around and introduce ourselves, starting with Councillor Gerlach.
Good morning, Joe Gerlach, Division 1.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Welcome, Tracy Holland, Division 5 Counselor, as well as Rio Athabasca County.
Kelly Chamzik, Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, Prospect areas, and welcome.
Good morning and welcome. Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3.
We have Councillor Cromwell and Councillor Hall on Zoom.
Good morning, Gary Cromwell, Division 6, far north up and including the Wandering River area. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Ron and Tim. I'm glad you're able to share this good information with our council. Brian I reside in Division 4.
And I'm Rob Mins, Councillor Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Island Lake area. With us is Communications Coordinator, Mr. Schinkelberg, I think, and Recording Secretary, Tammy Plerd, and our CAO, Mr. Beck, and the paper behind you, Cole Brennan. So on that note, go ahead and start with your presentation. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much for having us today. We are pleased to present the asset management policy and plan that we have created. So our purpose here today is to brief council on our newly developed asset management policy and the plan, and highlight key funding and operational concerns impacting long-term facility maintenance and community service delivery. The ARMS board has requested us to present to both of our members, so that is another reason why we're here today. So ARMS operates, as you know, the Athabasca
We cannot hear anything on Zoom. All of your audio is gone. Yeah, we can't hear anything. The last thing we heard was we are here to present to both our member communities, and then we lost you all after that, right at the beginning of the conversation.
Test 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, so it's coming through the live stream.
And
Oh, nothing changed. Okay, Jesus.
So it looks like we can probably get back to our presentation here. We got a handout here just to let the two counselors know that are on Zoom. There'll be an email coming through with a new updated budget from just a couple of days ago. So just to let you know. Counselor Hall, you can hear?
Yes, my ears are fine.
Okay, Cromwell, you can, Counselor Cromwell, you can hear?
Most definitely.
Okay, right.
Thank you all very much.
You betcha. We'll continue on. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Do you guys want me to start over, start where I was at, or
Yeah.
start again? Okay, let's start right from the top. Yeah, so again, thank you for having us today. We are pleased to present the asset management policy and plan that we have created. So the purpose is to brief council on the ARM's newly developed asset management policy and asset management plan, and highlight key funding and operational concerns impacting long-term maintenance and community service delivery, as well as ARMS had requested that we come and present to both of our members so that you guys had the most up-to-date information. ARMS operates the Athabasca Regional Multiplex and the theater facilities within the town. ARMS is committed to providing safe, functional, and well-maintained spaces for our community. So a little bit of background, the main multiplex facility was built in 2008, which means the mechanical systems are 18 to 19 years old, which unfortunately means that they are approaching the end of year life for several components. The Aquatic Center was built in 2019, so it's a newer infrastructure, but integrated into our overall operations and capital budgets. So now I will turn it over to Tim, and he will go through the asset management plan.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we have our slide. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have our slides available to be thrown up, but or if you guys have packages along with you. Okay, perfect, perfect. Well, maybe I'll ask everybody to skip along to something that looks like this page here.
You think
if
it's-
you can.
It's page 62 of our agenda.
Page 62 of your package. Yes. Yeah. Perfect. And just going to kind of highlight for some of you that maybe don't have some of the knowledge or have been through this a couple of times already with us. But just wanted to kind of go through some of the life cycle of a recreation facility, and kind of where some of the highs and lows are throughout the lifetime of a facility. So it kind of is broken into 5 stages. Your prenatal stage is your construction phase. So we're definitely out of that through both sections of the building. And then stage 2 is your childhood years, where you're doing regular maintenance and routine type of work on equipment, and typically stuff that you're going to do in the first to 5 years of that, you're going to see on a repetitive cycle throughout the building's lifetime. So valves, gauges, things like that need to be replaced. Those will be an ongoing cost year over year. as you go along. And then as your building ages a little bit and kind of gets into that adolescence phase, that's when you need to start thinking about reinvestment and possible replacements over the upcoming years. So your cost increases start to balloon up again a little bit in that. And as you work your way out of the adolescent stage and into the adulthood stage, your capital renewals at that time are forefront. You may look at adapting the building as so much times go past, trends and things like that within either the community or the sporting world may change, and you may look to eliminate something that was popular 20 years ago but isn't being used a whole lot now, or repurpose that space to be more functional. And then from there, you kind of move into the old age stage, and that's not to say that's the end of a building's life, but it does take a lot more effort to keep things up and running through those stages. So just highlighted within that kind of timeline there, we've got a couple of denotes there, one indicating the fitness center and where it lands currently, which is in stage 2 in the childhood stage. Quickly kind of getting to that middle range as we're already 7 years in with the pool now. So, and then the multiplex itself, which is getting closer to the 20-year mark versus the 15-year mark there. So from there, you can kind of gauge how much investment is going to be needed to keep things up and running. So moving on to, I think what will be page 63 of your package is just a quick snapshot of the kind of 5-year outlook that it's a honed in look at the overall asset management program that we're putting together here at the multiplex. And so it highlights some of the larger scale items that are coming up to their end of life cycle. And through that, a lot of the components on this page are more HVAC related for the building, as we're starting to see poor performance out of some of those units. And in fact, we are thankful this year we do have some grant funding available, and one of the large units for the curling rink, the dehumidification system, will be replaced later this summer. So that will be updated onto the sheet. The new information will be inputted. It will bring it back kind of to 100% life, and we will assess it as time goes by. But shifting over to page 64 there as well is kind of the outline of the policy that was developed for ARMS in general. And these are the pillars, I guess you could say, that we kind of built the asset management program on, and how we plan on continuing to keep this as a living document and update it year over year. So keeping maintenance and life cycle management in mind, that's kind of crucial to extend the life of your assets if you're able to manage that appropriately. And that kind of rolls into cost efficiency, tracking the usage of that equipment, the performance of it, allows you to make more informed decisions on how to proceed with stuff. And then safety and compliance, ensuring all equipment's kind of up to date with safety features and providing a secure environment for people to be in. The user experience, having a well-maintained facility, enhances user satisfaction and encourages people to repeat visit, as well as, shines a good light on the community as a whole as well. So, and then we get kind of down into data-driven decision-making, and couple that with the energy management is, as you all well know, technology is kind of driving the world these days, and there is some efficiencies to be had and some not. So examining new things as they come available, talking with other centers to see if they've implemented these things, if they're working for them, getting some case studies on larger scale systems that we are looking to replace, making sure that we're making good informed decisions and that the equipment that is brought in for replacement is energy efficient and has a low footprint for the building. You know, and then coupling that all totaled with kind of the risk management of everything, and identifying and mitigating risks to equipment failures, or in hopes to avoiding them and having any downtime with certain areas of the building, which could have an impact on all the user groups that access the facility. So from there, I think on page 65 through 66 is just a little bit bigger of an outlook of what we have inputted so far into the management plan. It has a 5 and a 10-year outlook there. I will note for everybody that this currently, as it sits, is all more mechanically driven. We are still working on completing the entirety of the asset management plan, which will in the future will include machinery like the Zamboni, any equipment that is movable within the facility, and then of course the building envelope and the structure itself and the fixtures that lie within it will be added to it. So just on the mechanical side, from what we have in here, you can kind of see there's a growing number of things that will be coming up over the next 10 years. And so that's part of the reason why we wanted to put this plan into place. Not only that it could help us prepare, but we could bring it to you guys and inform you of the longer outlook on what this facility may require beyond Rhonda and I's time there, but for the community as a whole. And so from that point, we've kind of got an update, I believe, on our newly updated capital projects list. I think Rhonda shared that with everybody here this morning, as we had some fresh numbers from yesterday's meeting that we could bring forward.
Yeah, so with the 10-year outlook, if we had our wish list and we did everything over the next 10 years and everyone said, yes, please stamp that approval and please do that. If we're looking at about a $500,000 per year, about $550,000 per year would be the ask from our members. That is, of course, without any applying for grants and you know, those opportunities. And of course, we know that the wish list is not always approved. So we wanted to make sure that our members knew, just because of the difference in funding that could mean going forward, because the last couple of years, last year was just under the $100,000. This year is just over the 100,000. So when you're looking at possibly a jump to, whoa, now they're going to ask maybe for $500,000, that's quite a difference. So that's why we've created the asset management plan, so that we can make some informed decisions from there and going forward. So we have given you guys the most up-to-date capital budget here. This was approved at the May 27th meeting. Therefore, I'd sent this information in for this meeting before. So what you have in front of you is the most up-to-date, and the ARMS board worked really hard and they moved some stuff to the operating budget. The theater capital expense for the repainting was taken out. And then we deferred a few items to the 2026 capital budget. So with that being said, with this budget as approved, The deficit is just over $160,000, and that'll come out of the capital reserve. And then the capital budget items that were moved to the operating budget, there is an amount coming out from the operating reserve to accommodate those items. So I think that is the end of our presentation. We did include the future capital as well, and that includes things like Tim talked about the Zamboni. There's some roof repairs in there, and some other things that will be incorporated into the asset management plan, like Tim had said. And when we present to our arms board in September with the 2026 capital budget, those will be included in there. And then of course it will be shared here as well. So we thank you guys again, and we're open to any questions that you guys may have.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the presentation. Is there any questions regarding this presentation from council? Revolve.
Thank you. I don't have a question per se, rather more of a comment. Kudos. This is excellent information that you've brought forward, and the kudos to the Arms Board as well for getting us to where we are today with this information. It's not only great for our councils, but this is great for the public, and for the public to be able to see, because quite often it's, well, where's all the money going? And so to be able to see this and have this in reports and share that with the public is just huge. You know, we understand it's quite the Cadillac building that we've got going on there, and it is well appreciated and well utilized, that I can tell within our community. And so it is a huge budget that you're looking at, but planning ahead is the key. So thank you so much for the work that you've put into this. It was very much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Over the last 4 years, we've seen an incredible change and improvements and development of a maintenance and asset management plan at the Athabasca Regional Multiplex and their facilities, and that Rhonda and her team deserve a huge pat on the back for being able to make that happen. I think we all know that as that building ages, the cost to maintain and to improve and to just keep it operating is astronomical. And I think that they've got a plan in place now to make sure that it is as sustainable as possible for our community. And I hope that the community members see that and see the hard work that they've put into this. And they truly are trying to make sure that that building is safe and viable and sustainable for our community to enjoy for the long term.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have to echo that same reference to having a plan in place and actually being able to see it. That's what I think was missing for quite some time, is for people to understand where you hear the amount of money that's going into it. This gives you a better understanding of why. And it's exactly like your house. You don't let it fall apart. You have to keep maintaining it, eh? And there's capital projects and that. And thank you very much for this. It's an amazing report. Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you. Rhonda and Tim, appreciate you coming and sharing this. I think we often hear a lot of focus on the cost and who uses it. And I think it's important that we collectively acknowledge that recreation is not just a cost in our communities. There are huge benefits to recreation, whether it comes from the health benefits, but also just from the bringing of the community together and the space to bring community together. That matters. And we don't talk about the economic driver and the ripple effect that comes from the money we spend. So when that facility hires young people to be lifeguards, 17-year-olds and 16-year-olds don't tend to save a lot. Those wages ripple back into the economy locally and more regionally as they spend that money. The same with the people that work there. and the folks that show up in town to events and show up in the region to events to, whether they're buying fuel or meals or other things. So I want to really reinforce facilities like this are economic drivers in the region. And there's a significant multiplier effect of the money we spend to maintain the facility and the program. There's a multiplier in terms of the benefit that it makes to our community, and we shouldn't lose sight of that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate your report and the information you're providing. And though I echo many of the statements from my peers, I have to ask, has there been any discussion within the board itself at increasing rates to make it more of a user pay and less of a subsidy from taxpayers to cover off some of your large capital funding needs, where we do have many areas of our county that do not have direct access to that facility, have facilities that are closer to them. So I have to ask, what steps or what discussion has been taking place about making that more of a user pay and less of a bill to the taxpayer as a whole?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So yearly, when we do our budget deliberations, we do bring the facility and membership rates to the board. So they are discussed yearly. And with that, we bring comparables of what other facility rates are, as well as our opinion and data on, increasing rates. Could it possibly mean less users? That kind of information. And then from there, the board makes the decision as to whether to increase those rates or not on the yearly basis.
Okay, so does that
Okay.
answer your question?
Yes and no. I guess that could be discussion for a further time, but I'll leave it at that for today.
Yeah, because they do look at the rates and stuff like that. And yeah, we know how it works there. So
Just we have other parts that are an hour drive from Athabasca Prime. We using the example of the young people coming there to get a job. That's a 2-hour driving to and from work. I get it.
Sorry, isn't the discussion to get clarification from the presenters on their presentation?
Actually, it is. Thank you. So the point is, I think there is definitely more discussion that needs to take place about what funding and where things are coming from for the burden on the taxpayer, and that is a very valid point of discussion. Thank you.
Yep, you betcha. Councillor Hall, you had your hand up?
I did. I wanted to, I guess, add and complement some of the work that the board has done. As council knows, I sit as an alternate. And so I do attend a lot of the meetings, and some of the really important things that have happened have been the board's ability to define the metrics of success. And so a focus strictly on the deficit shows a lack of understanding about what those metrics are and what's being tried to achieve. The best year the facility ever had financially was during COVID. Like if the only metric of success is deficit, then just lock the doors. And so I think it's important that we look at the strat plan of the board and the work they're doing before we start judging what's happening, because the metric of success is built around the deficit per user. And so really increasing the number of users and building users and bringing people together is a big part of that. And so fees are a part of managing the users and the user experience and the number of users. And this is not the place to start talking about price elasticity of demand. But all of that stuff are things that the board considers as they're working out where the right fees are. So I congratulate them on looking at how do they make this make sense for the region? And it's quite, from outside observer, simply comparing to a neighbor is only part of the decision-making framework. They still have to make the right decision for the region and what's happening here. And if you'll excuse me, I do have to step away from the meeting for about 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Anderson, you had your hand up.
Yeah. When we started with arms, I also thought that my target in my mind would be that the users are paying at least 50%. And these different targets. And after I've come to get a better understanding and education on how rec facilities work and the different ways that it impacts our community, I think that we've done a lot of work to try and utilize grants as best we can for these capital costs, to do planning in advance and to do better maintenance so that we can prolong the life expectancy of these different mechanical units, and really looked at, okay, the cost of turning the lights on at the building is going to be essentially the same, whether there's 10 people in the building or 100 people in the building. So how can we get more people to utilize the building? What are the different incentives that we can have so that maybe the costs are essentially fixed to operate the building, but how can we get it to serve more community members? And I think by changing that perspective, we've created a better service for the community with the Athabasca Regional Multiplex and tried to utilize it to serve more community members. And it's not ever going to be the perfect facility for everybody in our community. I mean, I also live quite a ways away from it. But it is, I think we've done significant work to improve it, and the staff absolutely have done everything they can to make it a facility that's welcoming to the community when they do decide to walk through those doors.
Thank you very much for that. Reeve Holland.
Just to add to that, and thank you for those words, because as you mentioned, when you first start something, you come in with a perspective and as you grow and learn about it, and that perspective quickly changes. So and you can see it, you can see the work that was done. So I'll just throw it out there real quick. Convocation is a perfect example of that. When I walked into that room to the field house, I actually asked the person next to me, are we still in Athabasca? It was unbelievable. It was absolutely world class. What you put together and how you looked after everyone, and the amount of people that went through that building, phenomenal. So that's a testament to well done, the job, everybody that, from the board to the staff, and even for that matter, the community members who are utilizing it and understanding that they need to utilize it more to make it continue to be as successful as it is. Well done.
Thank you.
Mr. Gerlach.
Yeah, I'll pull this closer, Tammy. I think the one problem that we face and that basically everybody in the province faces is we have a large mass, a large land mass, a big area with a very small population. And therefore it makes things expensive to provide the kind of if you want to attract people to the area, you have to have quality facilities that people, that will bring them to the area. I like the idea of keeping the capital in its own lane and discussing it separately, because I think that's not something that you can scrimp on, that when the money is required, it has to be there. But I do think we need to look at the operational side of it and just not let it continually to grow and grow and grow that deficit. If we could somehow pinch that off and get it to be a little more self-supporting on the operational side. But again, it's a situation where we have a large area and a small population, and we have a facility that is in excess of what is required for a small population, but it is what it has to be. And it's just a fact of life. And so good on you.
Yeah, and if I could cut in there just for a second and say, I've been in a multiplex and I've had people walk up to me from out of town, and I don't know why they've walked up to me. I have no idea. I'm not wearing my county hat or anything like that, but they walked up to me and they've said, what a great facility. They asked me, do you live here? I said, yeah, I live here. And they said, an amazing facility. They come from St. Albert, they come from Spruce Grove, they come from everywhere to play hockey, play baseball, stuff like that. And I can't believe that a community of our size could have such an amazing building. So just on that note, it's amazing. And thank you for taking care of it and bringing this forward. It's great information. So, and understanding to everybody of where this money's going is a true testament of what you're trying to do there. So thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, any rebuttal on anything or?
No.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for their time today and listening to Rhonda and I's presentation and and to hear your guys' feedback and to take that back and kind of evaluate how we move forward with some items. We'll take that into consideration. So thank you for everybody's feedback. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Yes,
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
So we'll take a couple of minutes break here and then we'll be.
Sorry, how many minutes?
20 minutes, right? How many minutes?
It was just a couple minutes.
What's a couple of numbers?
Okay, Councillor Gerlach's gonna join us here soon, but we'll fire the meeting back up again and still in number 4.3, councillor updates. We may as well start with updates here and let's pick on Councillor Anderson. And want to give us an update?
Good morning. Much of my time has been spent trying to get through the strategic planning. Well, it's really echoey. Strategic planning and budget at the multiplex. But I think we've done a lot of work and we're on the right track, and we passed our strategic plan and budget amendments yesterday. So that's it's been a lot of work, but it's been great work, and I think it's a lot for our community. I also had the opportunity to attend the provincial police funding model town hall on behalf of council. So there should be a report in the next council agenda talking about that. Some really insightful information coming about that, but also some really scary statistics. So something that we'll have to discuss later on. I've also been hearing from a lot of different residents about road conditions. Of course, I think we all expected that after a long dry spell with some rain, we were gonna get some complaints about roads. When it did finally rain, I think that in my general area in particular, one vacant grader operator position has caused some excess concern. So just people hoping that they see a grader on the road fairly soon. And I think they're trying to be understanding, but that it is what it is. So I'm hoping that administration will, I know they're working on it. Also been hearing from quite a few people looking for the paving priorities. I think I have 27 names on my list now. I've been trying to keep track of everybody who's emailed, called, text, caught me in town at the grocery store, talking about that. So some interesting things. And with the election coming up, I think we all talk to people every now and again that want their subdivision paved or their road paved. And a lot of the discussions I've been hearing of, they just want to see where it is on the list. They're okay with it not being number one, but they want to know that it is on a list somewhere and that it will be considered sometime or at least that it's being evaluated in a transparent reason or in a transparent manner. So lots of great conversations, lots of great community events coming up, and
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Since our last committee of the whole, I've had a few calls about graveling and dust control. I know Division 7 is now completed, and thank you. Other areas of conversation with ratepayers have been, of course, land use bylaw actually, and tax assessment, which led to some level of service conversations. Yesterday, I completed my meeting with Mr. Rudick, and I'm excited to see where this data will bring to better service delivery for our residents. Other than that, some exciting news on my committees. Celebrating Rural Women's Conference received another grant that will help raise the bar with rebranding and a higher quality of planning and equipment. So a huge thank you to the great work to our grant writer, Mrs. Kuzmerschuk. And I was also voted on to serve another term for the Northern Lights Library System. It's been an honor to sit on this board, and I've learned so much. FCSS annual report is out and completed. Agro Service Board worked on a bursary to entice and incentivize residents to come back into Athabasca County. The last committee of the whole, I asked all of you guys if you guys would be interested in finishing up a road tour. I'd like to properly complete one. For those that would be wanting to attend it, please email me. And then I also took a phone call from a resident the other day asking if we could, with our small mowing program, possibly have a mapping program or something to maybe be completed weekly, just so that they can see and not try to harass people to see possibly when they would be coming up. But of course, those things are weather pending as well. And also last Friday, I attended, as I see many of my colleagues, at the Town of Athabasca Wildfire Awareness Day. It was a great demonstration of the Hydrodome. It was very interesting to see that technology for high volume water pumping operations for heavy wildfire. And other than that, the rain has stopped and the roads will be back in shape in no time. That's about it.
Right on. Thank you. Reeve Holland.
Thank you so much. It's been a busy time since our last meeting, since May 20th. I've attended several meetings and several great events, in addition to fielding many phone calls, emails, and discussions with residents. The topics discussed are mainly roads, dust control, weeds, tax assessment, the animal control bylaw, derelict properties impacting neighboring property values, and a lot of feedback on the Zoom conversation that we had at our last meeting. Conversation that took place surrounding that was the people were not in favor of several Zoom meetings happening. They are in favor of their counselors being at the table. So I just wanted to pass that along and the feedback that I received there. It's also, let me see, May 21st, I'll start there, was the ASB meeting where ASB bylaws, the ASB bylaw and future and agricultural bursary were the main topics. Also discussed was the Alberta Plant Health Lab, which is part of the Plant and Bee Health Surveillance section at the Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation. The lab provides plant pest diagnosis and expertise to the ag industry, and in my opinion, it would be great. And I'll forward the information on if we could add that to our website for people to have access. There is an Alberta Plant Health Lab sample submission form that can be filled out for people to participate. And we also discussed moisture conditions in the area, which is always good information to have as well. May 23rd and 24th, I attended the Buffalo Lake Métis Settlement Pro Rodeo in their new and improved grounds. It was amazing. The talent that was there was phenomenal. It was excellent to attend as well as to watch how well organized it was, how amazing it flowed. This was their third year hosting the event, and they're already looking at more improvements for the next one. So great job done by BLMS. It was fantastic, and I certainly appreciate the invitation. May 24th was the Summer Village of South Baptiste Village meeting. As we mentioned, this meeting was already reported on, but I just wanted to mention how great it was to meet everyone from the villages out west, and looking forward to working alongside them again. May 26th, was the ALT Active Transportation Grant biweekly meeting. There have been many landowner meetings between Alberta TrailNet and the planning consultant. As mentioned before, there will be an open house in Minnook on June 25th between 4 and 7 p.m. to give residents an opportunity to provide input for the planning and design of the trail between Minnook and Perryvale, which is some of that portion of the trail is the original 1876 HBC surveyed plan of the Athabasca Landing Trail, which was registered as the 1909 T road plan. May 27th, I had the privilege of signing 21 thank you letters to all those who answered the call to help fight the Boyle area wildfire. It was such an amazing show of support that I'm so grateful for. So those people know who they are, and it's just phenomenal how everyone came together to answer that call. May 28th was the IMC meeting between the town of Athabasca and the county. Reports were already given for that. I believe the next meeting will be June 24th, if I'm not mistaken. May 29th, regular council meeting and the Healthcare Workers Appreciation Barbecue. Unfortunately, our council meeting went longer into the afternoon, which prevented my attendance to the barbecue, but I'd like to take the opportunity to give a shout out to all of our healthcare workers who work tirelessly in their fields, taking care of all those who need it. I know I personally cannot thank them enough for their dedication and compassion for our community. May 30th was a day of email and paperwork and whatnot to try and catch up from that for that. May 31st, I completed my intermediate first aid recertification. June 3rd, I attended the Boyle Senior Symposium to give welcoming remarks. And June 5th, I attended the Athabasca Senior Symposium, also giving welcoming remarks. Both those symposiums were amazing. They had great attendance, great speakers, awesome information and resource tables, along with, of course, great food, which is always well appreciated as well. Those days that are put together during our Seniors Week are great days for not only recognition, but appreciation, the socialization that people get together after, a long winter, information sharing. It was a great job done by all, and we really should take more opportunity, I think, to recognize and share our gratitude for the contributions of our older adults in our communities, as our seniors play a vital role that is valued and appreciated so much. It was great to celebrate with them during the first week of June, and to be able to say thank you to them for all that they do as mentors and volunteers, and for their experience and wisdom, and so much more. Also on June 5th, I attended an evening gathering at the AU House celebrating their 2025 convocation and the excellent job done by so many staff, volunteers, and community members. The evening was well attended by many in the community, including the town and county councilors. It was a world-class event. Unbelievable to see so many people in our community, and the smiles that were on their faces was fantastic. On June 6th, I attended the AU celebratory convocation breakfast to celebrate Cadmus Delorme, Honorary Doctor of Law recipient, and Margaret Rowlick, winner of the Governor General's Gold Medal for Academic Achievement. Both of these people are amazing humans. They had powerful and captivating words that they shared. It will be a time that I will never forget. June 9th was another paperwork email day, just trying to catch up from the busy time. June 11th was the level of service meeting that I had with Mr. Rudick, which I found excellent. It was really interesting to have that discussion, and I'm looking forward to that report coming out. June 12th was the ALT cleanup in Collinton that started early to beat the rain, and thankfully we got most of it done. The volunteers that did come, they worked really hard. Everybody was moving fast. We did get rained out, so there are some areas that we'll need to come back to, and that will happen as soon as we get some drier weather. There's always available volunteers that are willing and able to come down, and a lot of, actually, we received feedback from the public because of that particular area as well. The trail is well utilized, and they came out to say thank you so much for cleaning that area up and keeping it nice and neat. So it was appreciated to see. Also, what took place along the trail is the gates and the wings that are along the trail between Athabasca and Athabasca and Collinton. They have all been refurbished and fixed. And it looks amazing. I'll be trying to gather some photos to share with council on that. But everything on the trail is shaping right up for the 150th anniversary in 2026. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the Wildfire Awareness Day on June 13th, but heard it was a great event and demonstration, and good feedback was coming back from that. And as Councillor Anderson mentioned, there are some great events that are up and coming. I'll just mention a few. This week, the Athabasca Native Friendship Center will be hosting Indigenous Peoples Day at the Riverfront on June 20th between 4 and 7. The Housing Assessment Community Engagement is being held on June 25th as well at the Multiplex between 4 and 7, and again on June 26th at the Boyle Farmers Market between 3 and 6. And another community engagement is being held on June 25th between 4 and 7 at the Manook Community Hall regarding the planning and design of the Athabasca Landing Trail in the area between Manook and Perryville. So it's nice to see these engagements taking place and giving our public the opportunity to voice their opinions.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, you had a question?
Thank you. Further to your report, and thank you very much. July 1st will mark the 3-year mark of the reduced service level at the Boyle Healthcare Center. And I'm wondering, is anything being planned to recognize the impact this has had on our community?
I would not be able to answer that. We would have to probably look at the Healthcare Retention Committee for that information. I would think that they would be the ones who would head that up.
They didn't last year. So I'm just wondering if you or Mayor Durko have been talking about planning anything, or
No,
if
it
nothing's in the works.
Hasn't come forward to me, but definitely if a council would like to have that conversation, it would be a council decision for sure.
Okay. Councillor Gerlach.
I continue to hear positive comments on the grader operator in the division. There's been a marked improvement in the road maintenance, and it is noticed and appreciated, as well as I passed on not several, but a few concerns of ratepayers in the division, and they have been well attended to, and they're quite satisfied. That's about it.
Awesome. It's good to hear. Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you very much. First off, I'd like to thank administration for their quick and hard work removing the multiple downed trees several days in a row up here in Division 6. Ratepayers were very happy to see how quickly those trees and roadways were opened up. So kudos to administration. Still talking with a lot of people regarding the assessment rates and getting people hyped up for the small business tax incentive and passing on the good news that we have extended the deadline. A lot of conversation with ratepayers who are severely shocked and against the fire service bylaw and the capping and how high we are talking about putting billing for fire response. Comments are we've been ratepayers for 30 years. We pay for this. We get.
Oh, you're breaking up. Yeah, we might have to come back to you there, Councillor Cromwell. It's you're breaking all up. Okay, just hang on, Councillor Hall.
My reports are submitted in writing and will be part of the agenda package.
Okie dokie. Oh, I gotta talk here, yeah. My reports are submitted too, but I still like to talk about them. Many meetings, I can kind of go through, like May 21st, Waterline meeting, May 24th, Summer Village meeting, 28th, IMC, 29th, County Council, June 3rd, Water Commission meeting, June 5th. June 5th, I had a great, I was honored to be able to represent Athabasca County at the Portage College convocation, and what a great event, what amazing show that they put on there. Portage College had 1,042 graduates this year. It was 90% are already working, they say. So that was a great event to go to. The next day, June 6th, I was again honored to represent Athabasca County at the Northern Lakes Convocation in Slave Lake. And another great event. Ended up meeting up with a couple of ministers there, the new Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Deputy Minister of Advanced Education. And had some conversation with them, just really good conversation. But we were there to celebrate convocation. Did ask for a new bridge, but don't know if that'll come through or not, but we'll see. And what else then? So I didn't make the Athabasca University convocation. Sounds like it was a huge event and a great event, and these convocations are something to see. June 10th, County Council meeting, June 12th, Water Commission special meeting. And then June 13th, the water cannon demo down in Athabasca here, gave greetings from Athabasca County. And yeah, it was all good. It was a good demonstration, and yeah, the unit can spray some water, let me tell you. So met up with Minister Lowen there, had a brief discussion with him. MLA Glenn Van Dyken was there. Great discussion there. Doug Horner had a really good talk with him. People like that. So it was a great event to be part and parcel of. So yeah, and looking for some more meetings coming up. So thank you, everyone. Councillor Cromwell, do you want to do any more, or are you done?
Cliff Notes, I'm not sure where you cut out, talking to people still about assessment value. A lot of displeasure about the fire service bylaw and the proposed billing of up to $20,000 for fire response. More discussion on that to follow. Great kudos to admin for tree clearing. Road maintenance, a lot of soft areas like everyone else that need attending to. And always the request for more patrol from our CPOs in and around our back roads and far areas of the county. We can never have enough, and I know that being as far out as we are, those patrols are a little bit fewer and less frequent than some other places, and Raybeards would like to see more presence from the county.
Okay, okay, well, thank you very much thank you, everybody, for your reports and everything, and we're going to recess for break for lunch here. We will reconvene at 12:30. So about 27 minutes. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Okay, we're gonna reconvene the meeting. Thank you for lunch, Ms. Blair. Awesome. And we will move down to item number 7 into new business, or I guess we got to go through, no, we did the delegation, so we got to go into item number 7, new business, draft policy 3245, page 70 of your agenda. And looks like Director Morton is on the hot seat, or?
Yep.
Right on.
Thank you, Council, Mr. Chairman. So before you, you see a draft policy that the administration is putting forward for Council's consideration. And it deals with applications for industry. We do not charge for any applications that are put in associated with well site or access, pipeline crossings, integrity digs, anything of that nature, new approaches. So it's pretty standard for municipalities to have this in place, to charge a fee to try and recoup some of our costs. Sometimes we have to make multiple trips to a location for inspections. One to inspect the location before it's constructed, and then another one at least to ensure that it's been constructed to our municipal standard. As well as one of the things we're looking at doing is Road Data Services now provides, I guess, a database where they can provide approvals of these. It still comes to us, but they do all the paperwork, and everything can be tracked. And so it's a one-stop shop where they can get all their permits for the moves, the access approvals, everything in one location. So what this would allow us to do is to utilize Road Data to provide that for us. How is that information? We would still, as I say, do all the inspections. And they would charge a fee. They would collect all the fees as well, which is how they do it now for us associated with road use permits. And so then they take a portion of the fee for service, and then they forward the balance to us. It would be the same scenario for these application fees. You'll see that we are recommending 2 different fees. One is if they hold a license agreement with us, then the fee is a little cheaper. This is definitely meant to encourage them to sign a license agreement with us. It provides us with the ability to, if we're doing something for road construction, we put the onus on them to hydrovac their pipelines, etc. So it'll give us a lot more, I guess, control over what's in our right of way and how it's dealt with in the long term. So welcome to answer any questions you may have. And so we're just recommending that council recommend we take this draft policy to council meeting for adoption.
Councillor Anderson.
I'll move the recommended motion to send this to council.
Okay. Okay. So is this, one question I have, is this helping us out on the working end in the office, like the administration of these?
It will take, sorry, Mr. Chairman, it will take some onus off of our administrative staff. And the nice thing about it is when we met with Road Data, the CPOs were quite happy to see all the information will be in one location and in one database. So you can see the permits for road use. You can see the permits for proximity agreements. You can see everything all in one location where you don't have to go to numerous locations to pull up all the information. But yeah, it'll take a little bit off. Not, we still have some stuff to do with it, but it won't be as much. Road Data will send all the referral letters and everything back now instead of us. We'll give them our template and we'll go from there.
And then if there's any road damage, it's still up to Athabasca County to negotiate with whoever's doing the road damage and not to.
Yeah, there's lots of mechanisms to take bonds or to force repairs, et cetera. Under, because they'll still have to get their road use agreement and everything. And then the road use agreement, they are responsible.
Okay, sounds good. And these, the other thing is these charges, 300 and 200. Have we been charging that before or is this new charge?
This is all brand new.
So these charges are for, okay, yeah, just industry. Okay,
Correct.
yeah, okay. Sounds good. Okay, thank you. Reeve Holland.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's an awesome way to go. Just curious about the, pardon me, just curious about the fees of, assuming they're competitive with everyone else in the area. That's all been checked into and compared to other municipalities.
Through the chair, I would say the 300 is high
Okay,
on purpose.
okay,
So 200 is pretty norm.
okay.
Seems to range between 150 and 250. The 300 is meant to encourage getting a license agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Oh, Counselor Hall. Oh, Counselor Hall.
Oh, yes. So my question to the director is, should the fees be included in the schedule of fees bylaw versus, in this policy? And just as a matter of curiosity, do you have any estimate on what revenue would be expect to generate out of this? That given that it's revenue neutral, we could assume that is what it's actually costing us to do this work right now.
Yeah, through the chair. We spent a lot of time discussing whether or not it should be in the schedule of fees. The issue kind of comes down to whether or not we're going to be adjusting this policy very much moving forward. It's typically a fairly lengthy process to open the schedule of fees. So we kind of thought that it might be a little more expedient to put it in here. Also, you know, we don't want to open the fees every time, right? So maybe next time that the schedule of fees is amended or adjusted, we could add it then if that's what council would like. As far as the revenue, it's going to be 100% based off how many applications come in. You know, when industry is doing a lot of new development, we may see some revenue. When it's fairly sparse, you know, it's going to be insignificant and should just cover off some of the fees associated with permitting through road data, as well as our inspection fees to go out and look at the locations.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, there's a motion on the table from Councillor Anderson. Recommended motion to recommend to county council to adopt policy 3245 industry access application fees. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
7-0, no opposed, so motion passed. to recommend to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to proposed policy, road allowance and road plan closure policy, page 74 of your agenda. The recommended motion, and I guess we're gonna have a presentation from. You betcha.
We do, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Clucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. We do have I had a presentation. It's part of your package, so I'll just go through the pages with you if you don't mind. So part of what I've been working on is updating one policy and creating two policies just related to matters that have come up most recently with road closures and land sales. So we thought it was a good timing to bring these policies to the committee of the whole, and then see if we have an appetite to bring it to council. Open for some suggestions as well. So if we just start on page 76 of your agenda, the three policies that we'll be going through today. The first one is the road closure policy. Second one is the land sale policy, and then the tax forfeiture policy. So on page 77, so it's important to keep these policies up to date with current legislation and common practices. Policies serve as guidelines for administration to implement, and this is why it's important for us to keep them updated and to ensure that they align with council's goals and your visions. While preparing these three policies, we researched other municipalities, what they did for their policies and procedures, and we presented a draft to senior leadership and had our legal team review them prior to presenting them to you today. On page 78, we'll start with the road allowance and road plan closure policy. So we do have a current, or Athabasca County does have a current policy on road allowance and road plan closures. It's policy 3519. It was initially approved in May 26, 1994. So I felt the need that it was important to update this policy by simplifying it as well and going through current processes that Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors recommends when doing road closures. The current policy has an administrative fee of $300, which does not cover the cost of advertising or administration's time to process these applications. It's also recommended to remove this from the policy and put it into the fees bylaw. The land value in policy 3519 is based on all classes in the Government of Alberta Agricultural Real Estate Transfer Report. And it's calculated at 80% of the 5-year average, rounded to the nearest $50. And just to give the committee an idea, it's roughly $1,500 an acre.
If I can cut in there real quick, what's that like to do? To figure that out every time
Well, my math skills are impeccable. No.
No, go ahead.
That's okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. It's not terrible to do. You take the average and you take 80% of the average. So it's just a calculation that has to be done for every file, just to make sure that we're on point. And if it changes or updates, then we have to make sure that we have the right figures. I think 2024 is the last time they were updated on that site. So we go from 5 years based on that.
So then you would do this once a year, or do you go into and find information on every file?
I personally do it for every file because I print off the papers just so that if anyone grabs that in the land file when the file is closed and whatever, they have that current information, how it was calculated, what was used. So I do it every time.
Nice. And that's taken up a lot of time.
It's part of the process. It does take a little bit of time, but when dealing with road closures and when dealing with having to set a rate for people to pay if we are selling the land, we definitely want to make sure it's done properly. So, yeah.
Okay.
And then just reviewing the current policy, just thought it would be a good idea to also update the Schedule A, which is the application form while we're at it. So then on page 79 is just to give the committee an idea of the process of closing a road. So, you know, from the start all the way to when we register it, when we send it to the surveyors. So, just to, another example for the committee is a recent road closure bylaw 003/2025 was initiated in November of 2024 and was sent to registration on April 11th. So that gave a 5-month mark from start to finish to close a road. On page 80. So to modernize this policy, administration is proposing to update the policy statement, include definitions to provide a common understanding of the terms within the policy, add principles and guidelines to provide direction in the decision-making process, which will establish a fair and transparent process. Update the procedures to guide staff during the process of closing a road, whether it's a registered road plan or an undeveloped road allowance or a portion of. To update the road closure procedures to align with the Government of Alberta's guidelines. The step-by-step process will ensure that no matter who accepts the application, it will follow the same process. Add a section that the applicant is responsible for all costs associated with the road closure process. This can include surveying costs, registration fees at the land titles office, and legal fees for more complicated files. Introduce the requirement of a sales agreement before the file is presented to council, and this will guarantee that the applicant is serious about closing the road and follows through with the purchase of the area. Propose to determine a sale price based on appraisal or opinion of value to provide a current assessment of the land as is. Keeping that non-marketable land, if it meets the criteria, would continue to use that Government of Alberta agricultural real estate transfers. Those might be a little bit more difficult to kind of determine. And include a process of leasing the road, the closed road. And I put that in my notes, and then when I reviewed it, I think the idea would be to reference the lease policy, which will be coming to the committee at in the near future. So just saying that there is an ability to close a road and to lease it. It's done through a licensing process. And that will allow council to retain the ownership of the road area in case we ever need it in the future. So on page 81, there was my questions to the committee would be if there is appetite in supporting increasing the fees, the application fees. So like I said, currently it's at $300. The MGA requires a minimum of 2 consecutive weeks to advertise the public hearing. And that costs roughly $500 per ad. So administration is proposing to increase that application fee from $300 to $1,000 just to at least help cover that administrative fee. And then also about the market value or what we consider as market value. What I've seen worked in another municipality was where we had that opinion of value prepared by the assessor, the municipal assessor. And if agreed upon by both parties, that it would create that market value for the area of land. There's also options of going through an appraised value or an appraisal, sorry, which would cost some money in obtaining and would be up to the applicant to obtain. Or we can also continue using that Government of Alberta rate. It's there for a reason. It's there for, so those were some of the comments that I had looked at and thought maybe we can have that discussion on. And yeah, if there's any questions.
Discussion. Councillor Gerlach.
Is the advertising requirement the same for a lease as it is for a road closure?
Oh, Mr. Chair, members of council, our committee, I don't know if we have to advertise for a lease. I do know for road closures, but I can certainly look into that.
So would it be a road closure that's then included by a lease or is it just strictly a lease?
Right. I think I know where you're going, Councillor Gorlak. So in order to give exclusive rights to an area of land, so if it's an undeveloped road allowance or a road plan, and I wanted to come in and gate and lock it and use it only for myself, we would have to close the road. If I am Farmer Diane and I want to graze the area and not lock it and the public can still go through it, we don't have to, we would still have to close the road, but then you could go through a licensing.
Like for some people, if they own the 2 quarters.
Yeah.
And this road allowance is in between and they just like to not have to build.
Yeah, my apologies. It's actually done through a bylaw. It doesn't have to be advertised. It's a bylaw to allow the licensing, but it doesn't give them exclusive rights. So they can't restrict the public from using it as well. But that can be done through a bylaw, which does not have to be advertised.
Okay. Any other questions regarding? Any other questions, I guess?
It's
Holland?
it's kind of a silly question, but $500 per week advertised in for a minimum of 2 weeks. Is there a way to use a smaller? Does it have to be a certain size ad in the newspaper that it's that expensive? Just, it's kind of silly, but I'm curious.
Yeah, through the chair, maybe Jordan can answer that. one.
Through the chair, it's a matter of, is the writing still legible? I can make it super small, but nobody would be able to read it at that point. So I do my best to compact as much as I can, but sometimes like there's enough information that I have to increase the size of the ad.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Gerlach, I think you had another question.
I was kind of on the same way, like, does it appear in the county's page in the paper or is it?
Through the chair, it's, how do I describe this? So we buy an ad space and it goes in the Athabasca portion of the Advocate. I don't determine what page it goes on. It's wherever they have space, but it does end up in the first 6 or 8 pages at the very least. Sometimes it's on page 3, but
usually there's a County of Athabasca page in there.
yes,
With updates and whatever.
yes,
Would it appear there? or-
yes, it does.
Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. Being that the advertising alone costs $1,000, is $1,000 enough for the application fee? Or should it be increased even further than that to, at the very least, cover the full advertising fee and maybe a little bit of the admin work that goes into preparing for all of that stuff, posting it on the website, that kind of stuff as well?
Absolutely, we can consider increasing it to a larger amount. I think just for myself and the recommendation was the idea of increasing it from 300 to 1,000 was already a big step. But it's a cost of a service. It's not something that residents can expect. There is a fee to do business. There's also their additional fees in surveying and all that they also have to cover. So definitely we can increase that to any amount. The application process itself to go through referrals, mail out, because that's also another part of this is when we receive an application, it's not just to circulate it internally to internal departments, is we're also mailing out to affected agencies in the area, to affected land or neighboring landowners, giving them the opportunity to have a comment. When it's a bylaw, there has to be a public hearing, which means that we're also then sending out notices of the public hearing. So it's not just the advertising. There's also sometimes 2 rounds of mail outs that have to happen. And that could go from 5 adjacent landowners to 20, depending on if it's in a, you know, a rural subdivision or smaller ones. And administrative's time, I can calculate it to see how long the last one took. It's one of those things is you do the item and then you wait for the time, the referral period or the advertising to finish and then bring it to council. You know, there's usually about at least 2 council meetings for a bylaw, give it first reading and then the public hearing and second and third reading. So that's also time to consider as well.
Okay, Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you, admin, for that explanation about the fees. I would be strongly opposed to increasing that to a further amount. There does come a point where we have a cost of doing business, we have a cost of governance, and I would strongly advise we do not look at putting that into a higher cost for that service provided.
Okay. Reeve Holland.
Thank you so much. Do we know when the last time the application fee of 300 was looked at? How old that is? I'm assuming it's very old.
I do actually, in 2022, there was a revision to the bylaw or to the policy. But I couldn't find if that was also part of the fees as well, but that was done at the December 13th regular council meeting. So I'm not sure if
I
that
can't
increased the
remember
fees or
changing the fee back then at all. I think that the fee is very old. I'm of the mindset as well, when we're dealing with road allowances and closures of roads, it's a lengthy process that if the $1,000 only covers advertising, I would be also in favor of looking at a different rate as well, that reimburses administrative time a little bit as well. So I would definitely, sorry, Councillor Cromwell, but I'm definitely not in favor of leaving it to an area where something this onerous, and the importance as well of road closures, they should be taking extremely seriously.
Councillor Chamzik.
I think it's a pretty big jump. I mean, I do value the time of administration and realize that it is a big jump as it is, but I'm in favor of leaving it at the 1,000.
Okay. My question is this is ratepayer initiated, right? So if they came in and asked us to close a road allowance for them or something like that, that's where the fee would get charged?
Correct, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Typically, they are applicant initiated, but there are times where administration will also initiate it if there's areas of land that it's unused portions of road allowance, or it just doesn't make sense to keep them because we need that area for maybe public space or something like that. Then administratively, we would bring it forward for council's consideration, but I think in the files that I've had since I started here has all been resident initiated.
Yeah, so, because I know on some, we used to get agreements and that was add on this portion and close this portion at the same time and all that. And so that landowner wouldn't have to, that's county initiated, so that landowner wouldn't have to pay for this application or anything like that, right?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, if it would be a benefit to the county to close a road and maybe do a land swap or something, we definitely have that conversation with infrastructure services. And at that point, if it is something that's more beneficial to the county, I could see where, you know, we would initiate that process.
Yeah, okay. No, I was just wondering about that because that's the way it used to happen with road closures, especially on a road plan, eh? You dart off with a curve or something and then, excuse me, you wouldn't need that Cause I know there's more out there like that.
Mhm.
Trust me. And, and, if it's county initiated, we're not gonna charge the landowner who might end up with the land $1,000 fee or $1,500 fee or whatever it is. That would be probably done through the agreement, right? So I'm I don't know, I'm okay with $1,000, but what is everybody else? Do we want to change it?
Well, in all honesty, I would like to know what the total cost is. If, you know, an average cost for administrative time, all of those types of things to be able to make an informed decision.
Has the motion been put through yet?
No, there's no motion on the floor yet.
But the recommended motion.
So you're willing to move the recommended motion? Okay. With the. And that is with the $1,000 fee.
The county council director of administration to bring the road allowance, road line closure policy for consideration and adoption for an upcoming county council meeting.
Okay. So. Counselor Anderson, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I don't think it should be a revenue neutral thing. But I don't think that the application fee has to cover the full cost of administrative time and everything put into providing that service and that support for the application. But I do think that it should cover at the very least those basic costs that the county is having to pay out to do that application. Just because road closures typically benefit a specific resident. So taking from the taxpayer account to benefit one person specifically, I think they should have to kick in a certain amount to that. Not the full amount, but that it should at least cover those costs that the county is having to pay out to be able to process that applications. And well, it'd be more than $1,000, but hopefully not much more. Like, I don't know what that cost would be, but.
Okay. Counselor Chamsick?
Would we be able to have that information for the county council?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'll make sure to have that calculations or some sort of calculation in when we bring it to council, if that works.
Okay.
Okay, that would work. That works for everybody. We'll get a little bit more information when it comes back to council and discuss it again. And so on the recommended motion to adopt this, to send it to county council, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
6 opposed? 6 and 1. So motion carried. Questions? Land sale policy.
Moving along.
Yeah. You
All
had-
right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 83, moving into the land sale policy. So currently Athabasca County does not have a land sale policy. Property that is not being used can be expensive to maintain and also insure. And council may consider selling land, which will generate a revenue for the county. So this policy would not apply to lands being sold through the tax arrear and tax forfeiture process. So these would be Athabasca County owns parcel A and just south of town, and we want to sell it. So that would be one of those. If it is a tax arrears or tax forfeiture policy, that would, or parcel, that would be the next policy and a different process. So on page 84, so part of the proposed policy in front of you today is, of course, adding definitions, again, for common understanding of the terms within the policy, to include principles and guidelines to provide direction in the decision-making process. And this helps us create a fair and transparent process. include guidelines to guide staff through selling land, and provide council some flexibility when choosing the method of selling county-owned land. It allows an opportunity to tailor each land sale and come to council as they deem appropriate. Inclusion of some criteria where the potential purchaser cannot be in arrears with the county, where the property is sold as is, and the addition of a application form just for record keeping purposes. And then just moving into on slide 85, one of the considerations when this went through our legal team was if administration or if council wanted to set a kind of a minimum value before a market appraisal is required. That would be on page 105 of your agenda. It's section 5.3.2 under appraisals. And this was, the conversation was around, you know, if it's a piece of property that the value is not worth what the appraisal would be, maybe it's one of those non-marketable, long skinny piece of land that has no value to anybody but an adjacent landowner. Should we set a minimum value base before we ask for that appraisal? So that was one of the questions that came up. I did not see that in any other municipal policy and the research that I did, but I thought that it was a great idea to have for those, like I said, for those non-marketable parcels. And again, setting that value right now for those particular parcels based on that Government of Alberta rate, just to give that general idea of what an average of everyone else's would be paying for that. So that is sort of the policy in a nutshell, but definitely open to questions or comments on this one.
Yes, administration is looking for our input. It looks like, so does anybody have any input on this? I do agree that if there's a little chunk of land off to the side that ain't worth a hill of beans, it may be worth something to somebody else, right? Maybe the adjoining landowner or something deems it necessary for them, so. But do we drop the market value of it? Because it all depends on what they want to pay. What's everybody else's thoughts? I don't know.
I'll go with the recommended motion.
And that is to,
That county council directed Min to bring the land sale policy for consideration and or adoption to an upcoming county council meeting.
okay. Any discussion? This would be more at the, Councillor Hall.
So I think firstly, administration is still asked for an opinion from council regarding 5.3.2, but before that, the question I have for administration is regarding 5.3.1 II. A written opinion of value provided by a real estate broker. In the real estate world, there's realtors and brokers, and so I guess do you want to require that it be the broker, not just a licensed realtor? And then secondly, under what conditions can the realtor provide that opinion of value? Because I would immediately have a concern that this would not be within their scope of practice as permitted by the Real Estate Act of Alberta. The second, so that's something I think we need to think about. And then under III, latest assessed value for municipal tax purposes, I think we should clarify in there that would relate to non-regulated property only. because as we know, the regulated rates are not reflective of market value. So if you're going to value a strip of farmland, using the regulated rate may not be wise. The other thought that I wanted to share is when you're looking at the land, I think a small slice of land in different areas has different values and different meanings. So, a tenth of an acre in a hamlet is something very different than a tenth of an acre against a farm quarter section or against where a road. We've done one recently where I think we dispersed some land where the road moved and the land is going back to the landowner that's adjacent. So there may be some wisdom in looking at more of sort of a reverse expropriation approach and to figure out what the value of that portion is as a percentage of the bigger piece. And Diane, that will probably make sense to Ms. Cloutier, but and then when we get back to 5.4.1, I thought that perhaps under single I point A, at the end of the first sentence, there should be a hard return and a number that starts with B. Because I think selection of the realtor could be done in a competitive manner, regardless of whether it's got a national interest or not. We should be having, if we're picking a local realtor, we should have them submit an offer, a competitive bid for that business. I did have another question, but I don't know if I need to just write a break for.
Got administration working on this right now.
Counselor Hall, just on your last point, just making sure I have the right section of 5.4.1 IA.
Yes.
Okay.
And then at the word, after the period on the word engaged and before the word selection, I wondered if you pushed return and put another letter called B.
Oh, okay.
Subsequent to, and make that into 2 bullets instead of 1.
Okay.
Because otherwise it says, it kind of reads, only if land is being sold to warrant interest from outside the community, we should do a competitive procurement process. And even land that's only got an interest within the community, we should still do a competitive procurement process. And that may be phoning 3 real estate offices and saying, this is coming, anybody who's interested should let us know what they'd be at. I don't really think you'd find a lot of difference between the realtors here. They're all pretty consistent, but
That makes sense. And then for the 5.3.1 II, so if I understood correctly, the opinion of value provided by a licensed real estate broker, that wouldn't be something that they would be able to provide, is what you're.
The first comment was that so there's brokers and there are realtors, and they're different classifications under the how they're registered.
Okay.
And then I haven't read the act lately, but that type of activity would have at least a few years ago, but outside of the scope of practice, unless it was for the specific purpose of engaging in a real estate transaction. So if they were acting in order to list it for us, or in order to maybe help someone determine what their offer price was, because they were going to act on behalf of the buyer. So I'm not sure, based on my memory of the Alberta Real Estate Act, whether that's within the scope of practice or legal.
And then I believe the other point with regards to non-marketable land was a comment made about the reverse expropriation to determine the value of land as opposed to that Government of Alberta rate.
Well, or I'm saying that there's another option there, because if you're taking 1,000 square feet from from the corner of someone's farmland, that gets calculated in, it gets calculated in the method of what's the percentage of the whole that's reducing it. And, it's not compared to 1,000 square foot lot in a hamlet or in town. And that's where you get, but if you're adding 1,000 square feet to a lot in town, well, that might be adding 20% to the lot size. So you may say, well, sort of that reverse expropriation thing. The other point I made was on 5.3.1 triple I, the latest assessed value for municipal tax purposes. I don't know if all, I guess we just would want to, maybe it's not applicable that would be a regulated class of land, but we shouldn't, if it's a regulated, if the assessment is calculated based on the regulated calculation, then that shouldn't apply because that's a silly calculation. It's a formula, not a valuation.
Okay.
The comment about the Real Estate Act would apply to the prior policy as well that we just passed. Because the proposal and the documents are sequentially in the agenda, I didn't have the policy open to see that I'd made that comment. Then the last, I think, note that I had on this policy that I wanted to share with council was under page 107, under 5.4.2, item 8, the reserve, Roman numeral 8 there, the reserve bid. My question was more, would we be better off to disclose that there is a reserve bid, but not disclose the amount of the reserve bid? Because disclosing the amount of the reserve bid can have an influence on value. Or can have an influence, does not have an influence on value. It can have an influence on the offer price that someone would be willing to pay. It might influence the sale. So if I'm prepared to pay $15,000 for a piece of land, but I know your reserve bid is 5,000, I may not go to my maximum. And in doing so, we may not be extracting the maximum value for residents. So confirming that it's subject to a reserve bid, but without disclosing it is what I was wondering about. And maybe there's other reasons to not proceed that way.
Do we disclose reserve bids now?
I think that'd be discussed under the next proposed policy under tax recovery. Council's required to set a reserve bid, so that's in the council minutes. So, and that's straight out of the act. As for other land sales, I think it's a matter of practice for each municipality. It's a fair comment from Councillor Hall, and we can go away and look at it and see what's best practice.
Okay, I agree with
Certainly
that.
on the tax recovery, we do, because council's required to pass a motion with the reserve bids.
Yeah, and then would we actually put on the clause also in there somewhere that would say that not necessarily the lowest bid will be accepted, even if it's above the reserve bid?
You probably want to choose the highest bid if you're selling.
Well, yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the lowest bid.
However, as long as we protect ourselves, one way or the other.
I think Mr. Chairman, I think we got the gist of what Councillor Hall was saying, and we'll go away and look at it.
Okay. Okay. So I guess what we'll do is, can't remember, did we have a recommended motion? Do we need to say as amended or just move the recommended motion? Okay, so on the recommended motion to adopt and send to county council, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
7-1, no one opposed. So, okay, so here we go on to the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving on to page 87 of your package. So the disposal of tax forfeiture properties. So this one's a little bit different than a regular land sale policy, and only because it is highly regulated through the Municipal Government Act. Although it's highly regulated in the MGA, we wanted to create a policy that, you know, anybody could really, residents, council, administration can pick up and say, this is what the process is. This is what Athabasca County will do if it is a tax forfeiture process or land, and this is how it'll be sold. So that's the intentions behind this policy. So, you know, obviously including our definitions in principles and guidelines, just to kind of keep in line with the other two policies we presented today. Providing council some flexibility in choosing the method of selling the property. And again, adding those clauses where the purchaser cannot be in arrears and that property is sold as is. And that was kind of when we were going through the recent tax forfeiture sales, the two that we just sold, that's kind of what we created this policy around, and as we use it and as we potentially sell more of those properties, there might be some amendments that come forward, but this was sort of our starting point where we had a good base. On page 89 of your package was the process that administration followed going through that tax forfeiture process in the last couple files. So I think the questions to the committee today on this policy was, you know, if we wanted to mirror the land sale policy with the different methods of selling land, or reduce it and just have, you know, how we wanted to have that flexibility to council to make those decisions. And then if council should establish that sale price through a motion or give administration the flexibility to negotiate. So as CAO Beck mentioned, you know, we would have that reserve bid based on the arrears. And so if council wanted to set that base price or that sale price, or give the flexibility to administration using that reserve bid amount. So sort of the questions that we had today.
Okay. So anybody want to comment on that? Go ahead, Revol.
Thank you. If given a choice, I think that in these situations, it would be great if it was run past council. But that's just my personal opinion. Not to negate at all from the opinions and experience of administration, but it just is part of conversation with the public as well, that these are usually discussed. So it would be nice to have that input.
Okay. So do we have someone who wants to move this motion here? Councillor Hall.
Couple of comments. I'd be actually prepared to give administration some flexibility on the tax forfeiture stuff. Those properties are well considered by the county. We spend a fair bit of time, like the admin spends a lot of time looking at them. And if it requires a little bit of I think it's reasonable, given the wide latitude we give administration on purchasing powers, to give them a bit of flexibility on a little bit of wiggle room to get something done and move it along, rather than adding more red tape and delaying things. As it relates to the policy, on page 114, I'd make the same comment under 6.2 about adding a second bullet for point B around the selection of the realtor. It's the same language as in the last policy, just the same thing. And same comment around the reserve. That one is obviously can't, you know, we have to disclose the reserve. It's required in the act, so that isn't there. And under 6.3.3 point 3, or, I don't know what would be, I'd look for administration's advice on, a land value, if it's worth more than, is it $25,000 that you want to provide counsel and appraisal? At what point does it become, at what point do we want to expend that extra money? On residential property, the appraisals are different than on commercial stuff, and there's a point where it's just the property's not worth the cost of hiring the consultant. So I'd ask maybe for admin's view on that.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, or committee, not commission, my apologies. This was an item that our legal counsel had suggested, and I believe their threshold that they, and I don't know if that was a number that they had come up with or something, but their number that they provided in their email was $5,000. And so again, we didn't see I didn't see anything in policies from other municipalities. So kind of open to numbers, but I do believe it was $5,000 was that kind of that minimum number that they had provided to us.
Thank you for sharing that. So that's the minimum number that would be I estimated value of parcel of land is minimum $5,000, or so.
So I believe it would be where any parcel of land would be valued at $5,000 or more. We would administration would require an appraised value for that.
I see.
Or an appraisal, sorry, to determine the value.
To determine the value. Okay. What's everybody's thoughts on that? But
I just kind of worry if this is something that nobody else really does, it just open us up for more kickback.
Yeah, good thought, because correct me if I'm wrong, there, Ms. Cluche, you said that you looked at other policies and they didn't have anything in there like that?
No, that's correct. Mr. Chair, this was just, it was a wording that was provided to us by legal. So it wasn't something that was part in any other policies.
I guess. Go ahead.
Anytime that legal weighs in and makes those recommendations, it's usually for good reason. And because it might not necessarily be in another policy or in other municipalities, maybe they should have it. We don't know where we're at, but when legal gives us that kind of advice, I tend to lean that way. They come with, good reason. So I'm okay with leaving it in there. 5,000 just doesn't seem like it just seems like a very low number.
Mhm.
That one, when I hit that one, I'm thinking, I don't know of many parcels of land that you can get for, $5,000. So I'd almost double that, but I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are.
Go ahead.
I can always get behind trying something different, and you're right, legal usually, is a step ahead of these types of things. I'm in favor for right now until I have some time to mull it over to keep it at the 5 though.
Councilor Anderson.
I'm okay with the $5,000. I think that in some cases, we have to remember that the development on certain properties is more of a liability than an asset. And so for that purpose, having a selling price of $5,000 may be reasonable for the fact that that new owner is taking on that liability. It's no longer on the county's books. So because I can't guarantee that every property has assets attached to it or something beneficial on it, I think I'm okay with $5,000.
I guess the other thing is we put in $5,000 and we move the recommended motion and it comes back to council, and sure, we'll probably end up talking about it again. If somebody wants to change it, if we're stuck here just on one item, it's like put the 5,000 and then we'll go from there, right?
Well, and Mr. Chair, members of the committee, absolutely, like policies are live documents. So these are intended to give us a base moving forward. These are just items that I was working on, giving administration some guidance, having council set these policies that, you know, we have a process now when dealing with applications such as these. But give it a year, give it 6 months. If we see that there's areas that we need to tweak and aren't working for us, we definitely know we will be back in front of council, maybe even in front of committee of the whole to have those discussions. But the intentions is, you know, let's start with what we have and what we've kind of been working through, set that base, and then definitely open to tweaking it as we move along and say, this doesn't work, this is working great. Maybe we need to add a couple more sections, whatever it may be. But that's kind of the whole intentions around this as well, this process.
Yeah, and I want to thank you very much for bringing this forward, because we've been policies are great to have just due to the fact that it gives you a guideline to work off of, right? And then if it's got to be tweaked or whatever, no, I totally agree with you with that sentiment, and thank you. Councillor Hall.
I think the thing to remember is that on that number, it's really about what level of risk does council want to accept. But also thinking back to in the last 18 months, some land sales that we've tried at auction, having had the county received an appraisal on some of those properties in advance of going to the, you know, an auction, a tax auction, we would have probably had a better chance of selling them at the tax auction, because we would have been able to set a more realistic reserve price. So it can speed things up and move things along. And it's I think this would have benefited us greatly had we done this in the past.
Yeah, you betcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to cut to the chase, having been involved in 1,000 of these. You know what? Best practice is to always hire a land appraiser, assessment. I'm not trying to create business for people in Councillor Hall's line of business. It's usually worth the price for us to have it done by an outside body to give us an independent assessment of what the land value is. Now, does that mean overall, if you did 20 land sales in a year, does that mean you didn't make money on one of them? Maybe, because the costs were more. But that's not the only reason that counties sell land. Some of it's just to clean things up. So you don't make money on every land sale. That's not our primary business.
No.
Best practice is to use a land appraiser. If it's so small, and we talked about maybe 5,000 or something, that you feel good with your local assessor's value. Wow, the way we look at this land is only worth $250. There's very little risk there, right? And we have to be satisfied that we're following the MGA, and that is we're satisfied that we're getting market value for the land. So we're accountable. So if someone were to come after the fact, say, why did you just give that land away? We are, if it's fully advertised. Council, there are exceptions. Council's allowed to give land away for less than market value. There's exceptions. Otherwise, we have to follow the MGA. And more often than not, that's going to mean we just use a land appraiser, an assessor.
Well, and to piggyback on you on that, we just had everything reassessed in this county, and we paid for that, and we're paying for it. and we should be able to take the assessment and say, okay, it's true and clear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to clarify that, the recent one that Councillor Hall's talking about is we went with I believe an assessed value for the first time to do land sales, including a property in Rochester. And then we got an appraiser involved to give us the real value. It changed the value so much, it lowered it, that now the property sold. So paying a little bit to get a new opinion actually got it back into private hands. So that was worth it to us, I think. So sometimes an outsider can have a better opinion of what land values are. So more often than not, I think we're going to default to using a land appraisal.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I was referring to Rochester, but wasn't sure if I could reference them specifically.
We were all thinking it. Go ahead, Councillor Gerlach.
Yeah, I hate to muddy the waters, but we don't use that process when we're purchasing something. That process, we don't do appraisal, like if we're purchasing an acre for a road realignment, we pay the same if it's cultivated land that they just paid $3,000 an acre for, or if it's trees and rocks and barbed wire. And I shouldn't be muddying the water with it, but it's just a little irritant that I have that I thought was worthy of bringing up.
Okay. Okay, so we got anybody who wants to move this recommended motion? Because I'll do it. Nope, go ahead. Councillor Chamzik is moving the recommended motion. The county council direct administration to bring the disposal of tax forfeit properties policy and consideration and or adoption to an Upland County Council meeting.
As amended?
Huh?
Was that as amended?
No. No, I ain't saying it again. Do we need to do it as amended? We haven't done it for any of the others, so.
I think because we kind of discussed the price, is that why, Mr. Hall?
Well, I was wondering around like the renumbering in 6.2, but I know, I'm sure the administration will think about that, and if they think it makes sense, will present it to us, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, leave the wording as amended, and we'll play with it until it makes some sense.
Okay, as amended. And I'm not, and no, I'm not gonna read the whole thing again, so.
Sure.
Yeah.
You don't want to?
Okay.
I don't think we've also passed along, this has been a lot of work for you and it's well done. I very much appreciated all the effort that's gone into this, so thank you very much.
You betcha. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passed. 7-0. Great job. Thanks a lot. Now we're moving on to 7.5. Which is page 119 of your agenda. So the letter was received regarding concerns with the current condition of Highway 2 from Athabasca to Clyde. Administration has brought the item here for the committee's discussion. So hopefully everybody's had a chance to read Mr. Armfeld's letter regarding the condition on Highway 2. And any discussion regarding the letter? I know certain portions of Highway 2 are rough. And if I can remember right, I think council, last term council was actually discussing a little bit of it before too, that it was rough, and that's maybe why Mr. Armfeld brought it forward. Thought it was something that maybe this council would want to comment or move forward. So Reeve Hall.
Thank you. I think we all know, I really appreciate when we receive feedback from our residents. It allows us to know what everybody's thinking. We do work for the people who are living in our community. And when I see things like this, I really think that it's something that we can, personally, I think we should support. And to be able to possibly put together a request or a letter to transportation in support of the letter that we've received here today, just to put that, shine a light on, that we have concerns, and these highways are starting to fall apart in different areas of north of the river, going south, and as traffic continues to increase, as we're seeing more and more of it, and of course seasonally as well. I'm in full support if council is willing to put a letter together, ask administration to put a letter together to forward this to administration or to Alberta Transportation and ask for some support and feedback from them as well.
Okay. Councillor Hall?
I would make a motion just to receive this for information. I think our county gets a reasonable share of provincial infrastructure dollars, and this is outside of our lane. And also, I just don't think it makes sense to do these one-offs. If we're going to start talking about advocating for highways, we should talk about all the highways in our region, and this is a provincial issue, not ours. So I would move the motion to receive it.
Councillor Chomsik?
I kind of disagree. I mean, it being part of one of our highways leading into our major highways into our county, I feel it's important. We've written support letters with Highway 28 in the past, other outlining areas, and to me, I feel that there's value into supporting our neighbors. I don't see any harm in it anyways.
I feel the same way. I don't see any harm in actually moving onward a thought or consideration of our ratepayers in Athabasca County. It's not like we're saying, Minister of Transportation, will you please pave our highway? It's just, can somebody have a look at it? And it's being discussed in our county by our county ratepayers. That's all the letter is kind of saying. Would it put a focus on it? They still decide on what they want to do. We're not telling them to do it, but they still decide on what they want to do. So again, yes, you're totally right, Councillor Chomsik. We wrote a letter of support for Highway 28. Doesn't even come close to Athabasca County. But and over the same thing, there's so much product going over these roads that they need to be looked at. So go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Thank you. And I agree, not only with Highway 2, but highlighting in those letters the highways that come into our communities. Highway 55 was a petition from residents to have it resurfaced. I think that our residents are looking for us to help them to stand up for what their concerns are, and we all travel these highways. We've seen several accidents on Highway 2 in the area between Athabasca, well, I would say more Perryvale to Clyde, where we've seen major concerns that residents have brought forward that I think we can also address in that letter, where we're looking for some safety remedies for some of those areas. We're seeing, we, as far as I'm concerned, a resident has brought this forward. He's not speaking for himself, he's speaking for many who have the same opinion. And I think it's important that we support these things.
Councillor Chomsik?
I think, you know what, like I said, my opinion about that, I don't like to repeat myself much, as you know, but I think it's also just to note, it's a great way to really acknowledge our ratepayers that took the time to write in. And like I said, I'm not seeing the harm in it, but you guys know where I stand.
Councillor Cromwell?
I completely agree. There is no harm in writing a letter. There's no harm in showing our solidarity with our ratepayers. We have had many bits of Highway 2, 55, Highway 63 in horrible condition. We've had petitions from ratepayers, a petition from the 90s about the Plamondon Connector from our ratepayers. To write a letter to gain some some spotlight from the province in order to support our ratepayers, our residents, and our travelers is the least we can do. And very little skin off our back. To say that it is out of our lane when we do it for one but not for another, I think is unfair. And I look forward to seeing that letter come across as written. So thank you very much for that.
Okay, Councillor Gerlach.
Yeah, in all honesty, there are a number of the county roads that are a lot smoother than Highway 2. And it's a topic of discussion. I think people are just thinking that it's reached a condition where they're going to be doing something, and it's definitely a topic of discussion. And this suggests that we should be doing something, and maybe we should be. It can do no harm, and it just should be brought to their attention. Maybe squeaky wheel.
Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Anderson.
I'm in support of sending a letter to the minister. I'd like to see this letter from this resident included as an attachment, and I'd also like to see the letter CC'd to our MLA as well as to Westlock County Council, so they're aware. And maybe if you get the MLA speaking to it and Westlock County Council speaking to it, it raises it a little bit higher up the priority list for them. Do we need a motion to recommend a county council to direct the Reeve to send a letter?
Yes.
Oh, he already has a motion, sorry.
Okay, so I guess we got a motion on the floor right now that to accept it for information, but I guess we can vote that down. And Councillor Hall?
I just would be curious about administration's view on the course of action. They have not provided a lot of discussion in the background or in the discussion report. Does admin want to weigh in?
Mr. Chairman, I got no problem weighing in. Council's job is to advocate. That's pretty wide. You can decide not to take a pass on this one, but there's no harm in advocating when one of your residents raises an issue and ask the minister to have a look into it. They have a budget and their own priorities too, so I'm sure they'll give a great answer, and it'll make sense from their perspective. But our job is to advocate.
Thank you for that. So, being that we have that motion on the floor.
With the unanimous consent of those present, I would withdraw it.
Okay, so we got unanimous consent to withdraw. Okay.
Aye.
Councillor Cromwell, I think you said aye, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, Councillor Anderson.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend to county council to direct the Reeve to send a letter about this topic.
Pertaining to this topic?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Do you want?
And to send it to the minister and MLA?
Well, because we have to recommend to county council. That can be specified at county council.
Oh.
Don't make it complicated at this point, please.
Okay, you betcha. No? Making sure we do it right, okay. Oh.
Can we amend that then to include, like, I think we've all heard comments around the condition of 812, 813, 663, 661. All of those highways are poor and need maintenance. Let's include them.
813, you're gonna be able to drive down there really well here yet this summer. Councillor Jamzik.
I would like to see those letters come in singularly, personally, because I mean, if we're advocating for them, instead of including everything, to me, it makes sense one topic at a time. That's my personal preference.
My preference would be to stick with this letter because that's what it's advocating for, right? If we just start, if we just throw out every highway there, I'd love to see 812 done. You want to believe? It's very important, but when we have.
So I should tell the residents that have called about it to send a letter instead, because we won't take action until we get it in writing.
Well, that's up to you. That's what you make that call. That's your.
I think it's a good way to get it on the floor. If, you know, it's a way to do that as well. I mean, we could also write RFDs, I suppose, singularly as well.
Okay, so we got a motion on the floor, to send this to, Counselor Anderson to send to county council. Direct the
For clarity, not to send to Counselor Anderson.
by Counselor Anderson, by Counselor Anderson.
To recommend to county council to direct the Reeve to send a letter about this topic to the Minister of Transportation.
Right. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
6-1. Motion carried. The items 7.6, 7.7. I don't think we need motions to accept them for information because they were great presentations. And on that note, I think we're going to adjourn the meeting and reconvene down at the Collington Bridge at right after. I guess we all leave now.
We have to take it there, so.
Okay, so we'll be down at the bridge. I don't know what, about 2:15. Will that work? Okay. 2:15. There we are. Lemon and whatever lime store is just.
Have a good day, everyone.
You betcha.